Ke aku nui, ke aku rahi, ko rā mene mai nei, nā rungi te whakaaro kōtai. Piki mai, kake mai, nau mai, hara mai. Hara mai ki tēnei whenua, ngā te whātua rākei, i te takatū o te moana, o te Waitemata. Hara mai ki te kāhu tōpuni o ngā te whātua. Nei a ngā te whātua o rākei, e mihi atu nei ki a koutou, i ngā manuhiri tuarangi. Koutou e ngā tōhunga o tēnei mahi pena putea, tēnei mahi ohanga, i ngā ihorei, i ngā pukenga nui, nau mai, piki mai, kake mai, hara mai. Kia koutou, nau mai, hara mai, ko tēnei te mihi atu, kia koutou, Barry Kate, tēnā kōrua i tō karanga mai ki a mātou o ngā te whātua, i te tautoko, i te kaupapa o te rānei. Nō reira, he hongore nui mō mātou, kia tai mai i tēnei rangi. Tēnā kōrua. Kia ora everybody. We'll switch to Channel 2 now, so you can all understand the warm welcome that we've just given you onto the shores of our Waitemata. We wish you all a very fruitful day today, here talking about mindful money. I'm really impressed and like to acknowledge Mindful Money for the amazing work that they do. And I did have a look, did a bit of research, and checked out my Kiwi Saver. And I was astounded to see that some of my money was going to weapons, towards weapons and fossil fuels and many other things. I was surprised it wasn't alcohol, because a lot of it does go to that. But anyway, that's another story. Anyway, just also want to really acknowledge CEO Barry for having us, and also our old chairman of Ngāti Whātua Rākei Whairawa, Michael Stiassny, who I understand is one of the speakers today. So kia ora, Michael, wherever you are. It's great to see you again. And I also acknowledge all the expertise that are here in the room. Really great to be in front of you and to welcome you here to this wonderful occasion. Nō reira, ko tēnei te mihi maiaha, ko tēnei te mihi mahana. Kia koutou katoa, nau mai, piki mai, haere mai. Kia ora.
E aha te hai, e aha te hau, he wawara mai, he tiu he raki nā, mai o mai te puputa ke uta, e tiki nā tu e au, te kotu koi a te pau whakairo katu, ki wai te mata, i oku wairangi e aha te hau, e aha te hau, he wawara mai, he tiu he raki nana, i o mai te puputa ki uta, e tiki nā tu e au, te kotu koi a te pau whakairo katu, ki wai te mata, i oku wairangi e koke.
Nō reira, huri no i te whare. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā te rākau kia.
Kia ora, ena mana, ena reo, no rangatirama, tēnā koutou katoa. Nā mihi nui, ki na mana whenua, o te rohe, Ngāti Whātua o Rākei, tēnā koutou. Nā mihi hoki ki te turithio waitangi te pepa whakau o Aotearoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai, ki tēnei hui ahuarangi, ka pai tiki te koutou. Nā reira, na manakitanga ki runga I a tātou katoa. Kia ora. Tu tera mai na iwi, tātou tātou e. Tu tera mai na iwi, tātou tātou e. Whai ana marawatanga, me te aroa e na iwi, kia katapatahi, kia katahi ra, tātou tātou e. Tātou tātou e. Tahirua toru wha, tio wehi. Kia ora. Tēnā koutou anō, ko Bridget Coates aho, ko te kārahi o te Patea Whai Whakaaro. Welcome to this conference. I'm Bridget Coates, I'm founder and CEO of Mindful Money. We're very grateful to Clay Hawke and CJ and Celeste from Ngāti Whātua Rake for opening up the conference in this way. So we're thrilled to see you all here at the Maritime Room. And we also want to welcome those who are joining on live streaming and those who are going to be watching on recorded video. We hope it's going to be a blockbuster. And I hope you're ready for a stimulating afternoon. The choice of conference for us was quite naturally on investment and climate change. But really, the inspiration came from a discussion at a recent public gathering. And although most of the audience were educated on climate change and relatively active in reducing their emissions, it was surprising to me that very often they didn't actually know about the connection between their KiwiSaver fund and their carbon footprint. They had no way of really understanding the connection between their role in investment and emissions as a result of that investment. So when it was explained, they were able to understand that there are companies in their KiwiSaver fund, that's where the investment typically goes, and that those companies emit greenhouse gases, and their investment choices make a difference to those emissions, and then they can influence those emissions via choosing to divest from high emitters or choosing to engage with companies to reduce their emissions, or in fact investing in renewables and climate solutions. And so people understood that, but actually it's not something that people naturally understand. And so in a way, for Mindful Money, we want to get that message out, and we want to be able to let people know about that connection between their investment and the emissions that they finance. So Mindful Money's done the calculations of what's in an average KiwiSaver fund and compared it with the individual's average carbon footprint across New Zealand. And actually, it's a very big piece of people's carbon footprint, one of the biggest behind travel in terms of the weight of the emissions that are financed through their KiwiSaver fund on average. So there's a lot that can be done by individuals, and of course there's a huge amount that can be done by the industry as a whole. So the need for this conference was also underscored by the last survey on climate action, so-called Net Zero survey. And thanks to David Lewis, who was one of the lead authors of it, and thanks also to collaborators from Centre for Sustainable Finance and the Investor Group on Climate Change for Australasia. That survey showed that New Zealand asset owners, wealth managers, and fund managers are lagging well behind their counterparts, not only in the European Union, which we probably knew, but actually our counterparts in Australia, which is much harder for us all to take. And so we need in New Zealand to recognise as a finance community that we need to step up our action towards the finance transition. So as part of this recognition, we also want people to understand that actually finance has been part of the problem. That actually the fossil fuel industry, the high emitting industry, has been financed through investment and without due recognition of the impact of that investment. And it's only now that I think we're starting to understand that this responsibility sheets back to the investment processes, and this is not an automatic process, it's something that is a product of investment choices. So we want to make the point that finance is part of the problem, but needs to be part of the solution. And for those of you who are staying on for the awards ceremony afterwards, you'll hear Sir Jonathon Porritt say that it is difficult to imagine a pathway to net zero that does not centrally involve the investment sector. So on our agenda today, in the panel, you're going to hear more about the urgency of this reform of finance. We're joined by one of the world's leading climate scientists, James Renwick. Unfortunately, he's joining by Zoom. He can't be here today. But as he will say, and as he says in his book he recently released, we're running out of time. Tairāwhiti is sick of climate-fueled disasters, and so's Hawke's Bay, and so's West Auckland, and so are people across towns and cities in New Zealand, but also so are people in villages, towns and cities across the developing world, and they bear the brunt of climate change because it has been so much more severe in the tropics than in the temperate zones. So now when we're waking up to the impacts of climate change, we're starting to understand what it's been like for others who have had these impacts for a long time. And for many of these people, they don't have a managed retreat to fall back on. They don't have savings to fall back on. They don't have a social welfare system. And if they get hit by a climate-fueled disaster, they lose everything. So this is an issue not only of environmental concern, it is a real issue of climate injustice. So this is all happening at 1.1 degrees C. And if you recall, we're trying to stay under 1.5 degrees C. What's it going to look like then? A lot worse. And we're on trajectory at the moment, as the UN Secretary General reminded us last week, we're on a trajectory of 2.8 degrees. And to think that these changes at 1.1 degrees C above global average temperatures, historical global average temperatures, to think that we will be in a functioning society at 2.8 degrees is hard to believe. And certainly it's going to be characterised by absolutely massive suffering. So the panel today is going to talk about a number of things, but one of the things we've done today is launch a new report, as one does on the eve of a conference. And the report is on the fossil fuel industry. And it's about what is the typology of the different fossil fuel companies. And so we're breaking it down to say There's a few of them that are on a 1.5 degree pathway, transitioning to renewable energy. Contact energy is one of those, but there's a handful of them globally. What we see is 2/3 of the industry are not only off track, they're actually still expanding their exploration and production. In an era when the International Energy Agency says, we already have enough, we don't need to go out and look for any more fossil fuels. And what this means that far from the transition since the Climate Convention was signed 31 years ago, that we would have this period of transitioning to renewable energies, what we've seen with the major fossil fuel companies is that they have barely transitioned at all. They've made climate promises that they have then broken, and some of them are even now not investing much at all in renewable energies, and they're increasing their production. Of even greater concern is that $3 billion of New Zealand individual investment, KiwiSaver and retail investment is going into those companies that are expanding their production. So that's $3 billion of funding. That will be a topic of some discussion in the panel, perhaps. After the panel, we're going to have some time for discussion at your tables. There's nothing worse than going to a conference and then not having any time to talk about anything. So the tables where you are going to have a facilitated discussion on both what you've heard, but also then a question for the political panel that follows. And then that political panel will conclude. We'll then go and have a drink and a chat with each other, and then we kick off the awards about half an hour later, and we get into celebration mode and start to cheer on the winners. So that's the agenda. I'm very glad to see you all here, and let me then crack on with the first speaker. And it's with great pleasure that I would like to introduce Michael Stiassny. So Michael's a long-standing advocate for climate action, as those of you who know him know that he is a passionate advocate for action on climate. He has been a leader in the business community for many years, chair of Tower Insurance, director of Founders Advisory, amongst other roles, former chair of Vector, former chair of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei Whārawa, and former president of the Institute of Directors. We're very grateful that you're coming to address us, Michael. A very warm welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. As you can see, I was meant to speak at 2:15, so I won't speak for long. Barry gave me quite a bit of information that he thought I might want to cover, but as some of you would know, that didn't actually go down well with me. So I'm only going to speak for 15 minutes, and I probably got the audience wrong because I thought there'd be a few more mums and dads. So for those of you like me wearing a suit, you might just have to bear with me. As you would expect, I'm not going to get into any real detail, but I thought I'd just cover some issues from a helicopter point of view, and probably these are issues that actually frame my muddled spectrum look on the world. So the first point, I think, is that if we look at the world, there can be no doubt that the world has changed, and we're now, whether we define it by X, Y, or Z, we're in a recession, and New Zealand's no different, and some people would say it's a lot worse. So if you look at the focus groups, and I had a look at one of the outcomes from one of the political parties last week on the focus groups that they do. I don't know if any of you have ever taken part in one of them. I never have, but that's typical, they're not going to choose me. But anyway, one of the large parties, and I imagine both parties are almost identical, the voters had as 1 and 2 of importance the cost of living and inflation. Number 3 was crime, and climate change was somewhere down in the middle of the pack. So I think put simply, those at the bottom are doing it really tough, worse to come, and some, if not majority of you and your customers are probably doing okay or better still. And if we look back, I think post-COVID or even pre-COVID, I think you would have seen that people would have rated climate change near the top of that list, and inflation, cost of living and crime would have been down in the middle of the pack. So we've had a very, very significant change. But what that does is we come back to the weaknesses of the human race, which is that when times are hard, the individual puts things that are close to them as more important. Then they put their family or whānau, and then at the bottom of the pack are all of us, the rest. So we are seeing a dramatic change in the way people rate the importance of issues. I thought I'd refer you all to a story about in the press, which is now finally getting some airplay, about the RMS Niagara, which is sunk in the 1940s, sitting up north, and it's been there for a very long time, as you can expect, and there's an environmental time bomb. And I'd suggest that you should all read about this. And remember, this is not a political thing. I mean, we've all been around, every political party's been here since 1940, so we kind of all in this together. But when those steel tanks finally break, there is going to be an environmental disaster of all proportions, which is going to affect the environment, our fishing rights, everything is going to go. And in my view, it's going to be horrific. So I had to laugh, or I probably, only because I tire of crying. Some people would say I'm a very pessimistic person. I like to think of myself as a realist. But Kerry Allen, and I apologise for having a go at her, especially in light of her stress recently. But she was asked about the government's view on the Niagara last week, and she said, the government was focused on bread and butter issues, supporting Kiwis during a cost of living crisis. So she'd obviously been following the focus groups quite clearly, but you thought that maybe the Minister of the Environment may have taken a different perspective on the Niagara. I thought it was pretty depressing. So if you follow the Australian press, there's been a whole lot of stuff done on consumer viewpoints. And last week in the AFR, they undertook a survey that showed that 88% of 28 to 42-year-old consumers believe the Australian economy is at risk because of its deterioration of the natural environment. Not quite sure what that all means, but I think it's not good. But it went on, and I think this was the most interesting, and I'm not sure what our outcome would be, but 85% of consumers of any age group, so from old farts to young ones, were sceptical of the social and environmental claims companies made about their services and products. If any of you are in business, or you all are investing in businesses, that is a pretty awful comment. I don't have time, but I would recommend that you all look at the comments made by Paul Polman, who used to be the CEO of Unilever, because he covers these points as well. Not Christopher Luxon, but Paul Polman. And may I also suggest that if you have got 5 minutes, read the Koitu Peter Gluckman think tank paper on social cohesion, because it is, I do read a few of their works, and Bridget, I think, is involved, but this one, succinct and exceedingly to the point, it's really worth reading. So And then I can't resist because I am an ex-accountant. We all have to take heed of the PwC saga in Australia, and we can laugh about it because it's not us, but it is, in my view, really, really big. I think it's actually catastrophic for PwC in Australia, and will have an impact on them around the world. But it isn't about the tax partners taking information that was confidential and using it. Those people will probably get shot at dawn, and some of them already have been. That's not the issue. The issue is that 6 months ago, the tax practitioners authority was investigating PwC because of this issue. PwC knew about it for 6 months, and what they were doing was cleansing and whitewashing their structure so that the impact of the damage would be minimal. And that's actually the real issue where they will get hung. Because for 6 months, they knew about it and they played with it instead of dealing with it and leading with integrity. I think it will have an impact on every accountant in the world, and Australia isn't far away. So trust in accounting firms is now in trouble. So anyway, back to where I was going. So as corporate players, and I think we all are in some form, we have to be worried that there is a problem with consumers and voters, especially of those younger, that don't believe what we're doing. I've got there. I do some startups, and we get a whole lot of data coming at us. But when you look at that data, what comes out really clearly is people don't trust the claims we're making about being environmentally friendly. They don't trust the labelling structures. And if you look at a product in America, you can have about 10 different logos at the bottom saying we're only from Afro-American businesses, we don't have slaves, a whole lot of stuff. No one believes that stuff anymore. And that is really, really serious for us. And then we've got this imposition of regulation, and as Barry said, I'm chairman of Tower, we get this crap on us all the time, the RBNZ, the FMA, the new accounting standards about the environment and what we're doing. We've been here before in the turn of the century, year 2000, what are we doing about all these things? We lose sight of the analysis or the understanding of the public, but we have all these structures that make us go through a process of ticking and bashing, but no one actually sits back and works out what it's about. So to me, the regulation isn't actually going to make a lot of difference. But as capitalists, we need to regain the trust of who we deal with, and that is pretty hard. So that's our problem. At the same time, the politicians, regardless of branding, have done all of us no favours. We've got Trump, we've got Boris, Xi Jinping, Putin, and their behaviour and our support of their behaviour has made people lose faith. I mean, Michael Wood, he lied or he misled, and I'm not sure the difference between misled and lied, 16 times to his own people. It is inconceivable, in my view, that Matthew Hooton could say that he could be Prime Minister at some time in the future. You would think we will remember, but obviously we may not. And then, we've taken, from an environmental point of view, we've taken 2 planes to China. Now, James Shaw commented on the fact that we should have bought new planes, but it doesn't look good, does it, that we took 2 planes because one might break down. We could have actually gone commercial. Admittedly, those planes may have been full. We may have hired another one. But for us to just sit there and take 2 planes to China is like a very wealthy guy buying a new plane and flying around the world with one person in it. It's not what we should be doing. So as a society, to survive, we need to rebuild the trust and the integrity that has been lost in the system. And I will tie this into climate change. Why do we need to do it? We need to do it because, in a sense, we're doing a lot of woke things about climate change, but we're not actually making enough difference. And a cynic could say whatever we do in New Zealand's kind of irrelevant to whatever happens in the world. But we need some big steps to be made in getting the world back to a normal basis. People don't support hard decisions unless they have faith in the system. So any Prime Minister can tell me what to do, but if I don't have faith in what they're doing, I don't like it and I won't follow it. So we have to build up the trust before we can make big decisions. And on an individual basis, I just want to talk to you about a couple of things that kind of got up my nose, which is not hard. The first one is solar farms. Now, I'm sure that I support solar farms. I think they're a really good idea, and I wish we'd done more about it when I was at Vector, but I did do something about wind farms. So I imagine a lot of you invest in solar farms, but I really struggle unless we are holding people to account as to where those solar panels are made. So I come from a family of refugees. My mother was interned. I don't think allowing us to buy cheap solar panels that are made by Uyghurs in what I classify as a concentration camp is an acceptable way to do business. And it's you guys here today who have the power to remedy that issue. And it may mean that it's more expensive. That isn't the biggest issue in the world. The issue is that it's actually the right thing to do. I'm sure a number of you drive electric cars, and that's great, and I don't have an issue with that. But again, you know, where are the lithium batteries made, and have we got the slave labour right? And then, as I like to get messages across, and I drive in from St Heliers every day and lose my temper, I need to talk to you about the cycleways. We've built a hell of a lot of cycleways which no one uses because they want to use the road. I don't know why they want to use the road, but that doesn't matter. But we know in this environment, with the weather patterns we have, that not everyone in this room is going to cycle to work. It ain't going to happen. But we also have the opportunity to build, and I don't believe in light rail, by the way, some amazing busways. The Northern Busway is one of the most exceptional things we've ever built. It works. But we don't have busways of a similar ilk out to the west or even out to the east. So we could change the way we do things. We could actually save a hell of a lot of carbon emissions, but we have to actually make the big decision. So instead of doing the woke thing about bicycles, we could build some phenomenal bus systems. We could have feeder routes. We could do a whole lot of things if we wanted to, but it requires you guys to do it, and it would be, in my view, a much better bang for buck. I could talk about Ruapehu, but I won't. So my message to you is the environment is in trouble. We're spending too much time doing things which are woke and make us feel good over a Chardonnay. I think we all agree time is against us. So we need to focus on the big things that will make a difference. And to make or do those things, we need all of society to be on board, especially in these economic times. And it's for you to pressure corporates and to pressure politicians to do something to rebuild the trust and to fix it. So the power rests with investors to demand more than lip service to the issues of trust and integrity in the corporate world. And then I hope we will be in a better place. So thank you. Hope that was all right.
Cool. So with that setting the scene, I want to immediately roll into a panel discussion. And I would like to introduce Kate Fennell, who's the facilitator of the panel. Kate's a director of Lifetime Group. She's a trustee of Auckland Philharmonia Orchestra. And most importantly, she's deputy chair of Mindful Money. She has formerly held senior management positions at Legal & General in the UK. Very warm welcome, Kate. While Kate's coming up to the stage, if anyone wants a seat, then now would be a great time to sit down because there's chairs available and we're going to have a very stimulating panel discussion.
How this works. Oh yeah, there we go. Right, kia ora koutou, as Barry said, ko taku ingoa Kate Fennell. It's my great pleasure today to host this panel. We have got 4 leading experts. We've got James Renwick, who's going to be joining us via Zoom. James is one of New Zealand's leading climate experts. He's a member of the New Zealand Climate Change Commission. He is also on the Global Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change. This is the world's, as we know, the most authoritative scientific panel of leading scientists that is setting the definitive view on where we're heading and where we need to be. We've also got Shannen Barnes, and I think actually people come join me on the stage as I mention you. So Shannen Barnes is a Mindful Money researcher. She's been the co-author of the report that we launched this morning on the fossil fuel reality versus statements on fossil fuel. So thank you, Shannen. We've got Craig Weise. Thank you, Craig. Craig is from the Green Investment Finance entity. In fact, we're really honoured that Craig can join us today because it is his penultimate day before he goes on sabbatical. And I'm hoping you can push the boat out a little bit more, maybe. Just sow that thought with you. We've got David Lewis as well. So David has been an investment professional of over 20 years with experience as Deputy Chief Investment Officer at Milford. He's now setting up a consultancy firm and really working in the sustainability and impact environment to really help us move the transition that we need. So thank you, everybody. Have we got James actually on the Zoom just before we kick off? Just checking with the technical. Anyway, guys, sit. There. And are we removing that? Okay, cool.
That would be great. Thank you, Craig. Cheers, thank you.
We got James.
Cool.
Okay. So James can hear us? Yeah, okay. Can the room hear James? No, not yet. Okay, so perhaps just to introduce the panel. So as Barry said, we know the world urgently needs to move on this transition to the 1.5 degree pathway. And yet our report issued this morning shows just how far fossil fuel companies are in terms of that reality, despite an awful lot of statements that they were on a transition pathway, that they were directing investment towards new climate solutions and new technology. So I think the point, what we want to do this morning, is this afternoon rather, is really explore why is this happening? Why are we seeing a reversal by these major global fossil fuel companies from the stated intentions promoted to investors, promoted to the public, to really lean into climate change, to be part of the solutions, not the problem. Why is it, and why is it as well that investment is still so high in fossil fuel companies? Barry's report shows that, and Mindful Money's report with Shannen as a co-author, shows that we still have $3 billion invested from retail funds and KiwiSaver funds in fossil fuel companies in Aotearoa. That's quite a shocking number when many of us might have believed that more and more funds are divesting, excluding, or using ESG scores or engagement and stewardship strategies to start to help move us all on that pathway. Yeah, we've got James, great. So I think, James, I really wanted to start with you today to really remind us about, we bandy about terms like 1.5, 2 degrees, 1.1, and for a lot of people it doesn't actually sound that bad. You know, yesterday it was a degree warmer, cooler, whatever. It's not sort of in our way of thinking. It can be hard to understand. So I think, can you really just outline for us why 1.5 degree matters, why 2 degrees, what would happen if we go beyond 2 degrees?
Okay, thank you very much, and yeah, very happy to explain. And there is no magic number, 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, 3 degrees. You know, there's no point at which the climate system kind of blows up in our faces. Things just get harder and harder as the temperatures go up. So we know from the science that unless we get significant reductions in greenhouse gas emissions starting pretty much immediately, we'll be at 1.5 degrees in less than 10 years from now. Then we'll be at 2 degrees of warming 10 years after that, 3 degrees of warming a couple of decades after that, and so on. So, you know, it's all about how manageable the change is. If we want to stop climate change at a level that is manageable in most countries, you know, really 1.5 degrees would be a good place to stop, certainly less than 2 degrees of warming. So if we want to do that, we don't have any more time to talk about it or think about it. We just need to get on and do it. We need global emissions to come down by about half in the next 8 or 9 years, basically. And, you know, what you might still ask, you know, so what? What does it matter if we get another 0.5 degree or degree of warming? Well, we've already seen how extreme some of these extreme events are becoming, Cyclone Gabrielle and so on. If you add another degree of warming on top of where we are now, and we have even more moisture in the air, heavier rainfall events, bigger, stronger droughts and floods and heat waves, yeah, things just do become impossible to adapt to at some point. And we know if we go beyond 2 degrees of warming, we'll be locking in several meters of sea level rise. We'll be locking in the die-off of the Amazon rainforest and a whole lot of other tropical forests. Most of the permafrost in the Arctic will have thawed out and released all of its methane and carbon dioxide. And yeah, all of these extreme events will be becoming pretty much unmanageable. And the real worry here is that this would be disruption on a global scale that we've just never seen before. Hundreds of millions of people having to move because of sea level rise, because they can't feed themselves, just can't live where their populations have lived maybe for centuries in the past. So there'd be massive displacement of people, food insecurity, water insecurity, and it does look as though that would push many societies to the brink of collapse. And we're talking about regional wars breaking out, refugees on an unprecedented scale. It's hard to imagine what it would be like, and I really would rather we don't go there. So the good news is we don't have to go there. Humans are the ones putting all of this stuff in the air, causing the problem. We just need to get to zero emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases as soon as we possibly can. So that means producing all of the energy that we use globally from renewable sources rather than from fossil fuel sources, which is the main source of energy still today. And if we did that, you know, we clear the air fabulously. There'd be no more air pollution, essentially. A whole lot of people their lives would be saved. Millions of people per year die because of fossil fuel related air pollution, that would go away. And the problem of climate change would go away as well, which would be a huge boost for mental health, emotional stability, I think, around the world, especially for young people. It would just be a genuinely cleaner, greener, and more livable future. So really the big question that confronts us is, can we actually do this? What we're talking about is getting rid of the use of fossil fuels in all aspects of the global economy. So in terms of the fossil fuel industry, in my opinion, it needs to be disbanded, shut down. We can't afford to drill for any more oil, dig up any more coal. These companies can continue to be energy companies, but they have to be renewable energy companies, not fossil energy companies. And at the same time, we just need to retool the global economy to become circular. Instead of a growth economy, we need the circular economy, the donut economics model. So just completely change global economic activity, completely change global energy production, and we've done it. Simple. Let's get on with it. Thank you very
What a
much.
great note, James, to end on. And I really like what you've done is paint both, the scary picture, and I'm confronted too by all the impacts we're seeing. I think just 2 weeks ago we had hundreds die in Uttar Pradesh. We often think of climate change as sort of out there, but it is here now. When heat waves happen in India or elsewhere, it does lead to people dying. And I think, we need to stay conscious of that. But equally, thank you for pointing the way to the hope that if we could go on this pathway, actually we could get to a better place. And I guess that leads us to, so why aren't the oil majors doing more? So Shannen, we have seen these U-turns. Just a week ago, Shell announced that instead of the emissions pathway of the previous CEO, they are now going to double down on more exploration, more production, just kind of the opposite of what we would have wanted to hear from a company like Shell with huge amounts of capital which it could be deploying towards new solutions. From the research you've been doing, did that surprise you?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? No? Okay. I might just use the mic then. Is this working?
No.
No? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. It really did surprise us. We did the research to try and figure out, I guess, the two different types of fossil fuel companies we're looking at, the ones that are actually in transition, like James was talking about, moving to becoming fully renewable sources by like 2040 climate goals, and then those that are doubling down on their investments in exploration and further production in the short term. So what really surprised us is that we only found, we looked at hundreds and hundreds of the companies, and we only found about 8 companies that were on a pathway to 1.5 degrees, so in that transition to becoming fully renewable sources. And these were thermal power generators, so electricity utilities that are converting to more solar and wind power to eventually become fully renewable. And the one that we found with the most New Zealand investment, like Barry was saying, was Contact Energy. So examples like that. We didn't find any single fossil fuel producers that are on that pathway. So that was really surprising to find that companies like Shell, who have made bold kind of climate commitments, and many of the major oil and gas companies have made these kind of bold climate commitments to be net zero. They've thrown around words like net zero emissions, but what they're actually doing behind closed doors doesn't really align with that at all. They are doubling down on the core business and investing into exploration and production when their investments in renewable energies, or even just a transition away from fossil fuels into a new path, is just nowhere near the amount that they're actually spending on expanding their production.
Yeah, that's quite confronting. And in terms of the New Zealand investment into these funds, what sort of scale are we talking about? Because perhaps I'm a little biased because I'm involved with Mindful Money. I think there's lots of funds. I think there's some great practice out here in New Zealand. A lot of funds have divested. New Zealand super funds on a pathway to lower emissions in its holdings. So how much is still in New Zealand and from retail investors?
Yeah, so Barry mentioned earlier on that there was $3 billion currently held across New Zealand KiwiSaver funds and retail funds in the companies that are doubling down on their expansion in the short term. And there's about $1.7 billion in the companies that are actually in transition. So when you look at New Zealand's overall investment in fossil fuel companies, about half is in companies that are expanding, and then only about a quarter is in companies that are actually on transition. So yeah, the majority is in companies that are expanding, and there are about 260 managed funds in New Zealand that have investments in at least one of these expanding companies versus about 250 KiwiSaver funds. And we found that over the past year, from September 2021 to September 2022, the number of funds in both KiwiSaver and retail funds has gone up by about 60 funds per each of those categories. So from up to the numbers they are now. And that's really surprising. It kind of shows that a lot of, I guess, fund providers are jumping on the bandwagon of chasing those short-term returns, especially over the last year with the increase in fossil fuel share prices. And even though there has been an increase in share prices over the past year, the increase in New Zealand's investment in the companies that are increasing their expansion is, more than 2 times that. So it's increased by about 80% over the past year across New Zealand funds invested. The amount of money invested in these companies has increased by about 80% over the past year, which is more than double the share price has been. So yeah, it's clear that they're chasing the short-term returns, and that's just kind of the state of what it is across New Zealand funds. And we've also found that in our recent survey of the New Zealand public, each year we do, to see what New Zealanders want their money to be invested in or what they don't want money to be invested in. And from that survey, we found about 75% of Kiwis don't want their investments going into fossil fuel producers or fossil fuel power generators. And so when you look at the numbers, it's really clear to see that New Zealand investment, the whole industry is not putting the money where New Zealanders actually want it to be, or where they expect their money to be.
Yeah, that's pretty sobering. And I think what I'd like to do now, maybe, David, is turn to you and just explore what are the drivers in the New Zealand investments industry, why this could be happening. So from a fund manager perspective, and possibly to give us an alternative view of why a fund manager might choose to invest in this stuff, which in the long run doesn't feel that great.
Tēnā koe, Kate. Okay, sounds like I'm working. So why would fund managers be allocating more to fossil fuels? It's partly, I think a lot of it is around a short-term focus on investment returns, and what we saw through this period where fossil fuel companies started performing better on the share market, which was really around 2 phases. One was late 2020, and then again in the first half of 2022, following the terrible events in Ukraine, was that fund managers had probably been underweight some of those types of investments, and by that I mean they're sort of holding less than a lot of the other companies in the market or that are in some of the global benchmarks. And so there was a bit of a move to try and hold more of those types of companies in order to sort of have closer performance versus the broader market indices. So apologies for some of the jargon there, but in terms of, it's around sort of managing short-term performance and avoiding these issues that might make your fund look bad for a couple of months. And all of that is, not really, very consistent with all of the, long-term targets that we all need to reach in order to manage the situation that James has so eloquently described. A lot of that situation I've described was not someone saying necessarily I want to own more fossil fuels. It was around this distinction of moving away from high-tech growth companies into what investors call value companies, which are companies that have bigger dividends and stuff. So I think that was probably a bit of what was going on. As Shannen had said, prices for those companies went up, which was also, part of this 80% increase was prices going up. Part of it was potentially the New Zealand dollar coming down quite a bit, and without going into technicalities of how all that is managed, that impacts it as well. But part of it was saying, hey, we need more of these value companies, and part of it is sort of just saying, oh, fossil fuels look great for the next year, so we're piling in.
Yeah, so it sounds like we've sort of got one of these tragedies of the horizons where we've just got a misalignment between what we need as a society and a globe and, you know, the way we've set up a system that's effectively incentivizing and driving a lot of sort of short-term focus. But yet we've got we've got KiwiSaver products where people are going to be looking to this in 30 years' time for a sustainable, reliable, retirement fund. For some of us, it's maybe not so far away. It's 10 years, and I'm actually quite concerned to make sure that as we see the impacts of climate change, actually, will I be living in a system? How resilient will the New Zealand economy be in 10 years? Are we just all going to be building roads and repairing roads? Are we going to be doing that? Is my fund going to be volatile in 10 years? So, I mean, to think about questions like that, and to think about the long term, I mean, how do we try to encourage a system that actually is thinking more about the long term?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to try to be pulling all of the levers that we can. So, yeah, there's a role for, more refined and targeted policy from government. There's a role for consumers in terms of, changing the way that we consume. I do think that fossil fuels are part of the transition. You can't stop fossil fuels tomorrow. And particularly in terms of a just transition, some of the parts of the world where poverty and social problems are the worst are the ones that, have, I believe, a right to use more of our remaining carbon budget. And I don't think it's appropriate to say that those communities can have to stop using fossil fuels tomorrow. But absolutely, I mean, if I was going to fly my family to Fiji because it's cold in Auckland, I don't think that's consistent with a just transition. So in order, a bit of a tangent there, but in order to create that, long-term philosophy around investment markets and around the way that KiwiSaver funds are assessed, that's really hard because, the industry thinks about the long term being the sum of lots of short terms, and all these funds are priced daily and investors watch them daily. So if you're falling behind the rest of your KiwiSaver peer group, you will lose clients. So, a lot of people tend to huddle together and own fairly similar portfolios so that they don't fall to the bottom of the list. But yeah, I'd love to see a longer term focus because there's no doubt in my mind that in the long term, fossil fuels are a terrible investment because, we need a lot less of them. We've kind of got 10 times as much fossil fuel reserves than we actually need to stay within 1.5 degrees. Anyway, I digress a bit.
Well, no, I think that's a really interesting point that you're making, that actually at some point demand is going to, it's already shifting, isn't it? And actually just to take a quick poll maybe in the room, how many people mainly travel in some active way, whether it's cycling or scootering or on the bus, and maybe that's occasionally. How many people own an EV or a hybrid? Yeah, so, you look at this room and, okay, we're a slightly self-selected audience, but yet, we are in a culture that is arguably still a little behind some other places. This is not Holland. So, I think you can start to feel that demand could be reaching. How has anybody got any ideas of how close we might be to that peak demand point? Craig, any thoughts? It's a hard one, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe Craig, while you've got the microphone and you're just getting it on, looking and sort of thinking about what might influence demand as well as supply of new solutions. And obviously the Green Investment Fund is part of that supply of new solutions. So turning to a slightly more positive focus, we have got some great new technology in New Zealand, and it would be really interesting to hear from you where you're seeing some of this exciting new technology which is going to help shift us to a different place, and how the Green Investment Finance Fund is trying to bring investors together, maybe with a longer horizon, to help us all harness these new opportunities.
My pleasure. And to help this exercise, you've each got a sheet on your tables. Sorry we couldn't put them up, given logistics to keep James here. So you've got a few deals that we've done recently that kind of illustrate some of these things. And to put that in context, I guess it's answering James's question, what does getting on with it look like, right? It's to answer the question of what could we be doing with, say, that $5.7 billion that's invested and locked up in oil companies in KiwiSaver funds, and to answer the question of what could those investors who are so say index allocated do if they were brave enough to delve where the opportunities are, which what you'll hear me say at the end of this is in private markets and will be for some time, right? So these deals are all illustrative of that. But to give you a bit of hope for the future, because this is all very real and very, very tangible, and not just investable, but also very, very highly contributing to our decarbonization. So a few things. So, and by the way, you can use all these company services, I might add. So for those of you who make choices around these things, here's a few ideas. So ESP is a company that's based right here in Auckland. They not only monitor energy use, but they also monitor carbon. And they basically have been on a journey of putting in place technology to make that low cost so that it can be more readily available to wider markets. It's pretty exciting stuff. For big energy users, it pays for itself, and that, of course, often helps your carbon footprint, as you might know. So we put and are happy to put some money behind that company. Tanui is a low emissions fertilizer manufacturer. We actually are building that plant right now in NZ. Looking forward to that being operational next year. And that will, of course, go to contribute to reduced emissions in the agricultural sector. Solar Zero, who many of you may know, that company provides primarily residential rooftop solar in a distributed energy way. We've put money behind them because they've got so much demand, they need alternative financing to grow faster. So a lot of what we do is help companies do more faster to get to scale. Which is why that particular investment we made in them is around a letter of credit for bringing batteries into the country, essentially. Kinetic, well, electric buses, I think we heard about those earlier. We were very pleased to be part of a big syndicate to ring-fence capital for deployment of electric buses in New Zealand through Kinetic. So more of those are coming. Ruminant biotech. Well, this deals with methane emissions in ruminants. Really exciting technology that's evolving really quickly and has huge potential impact for New Zealand. And then Kaisan, which is essentially a lower carbon concrete alternative, which is basically has to do with the cement. So it's a cement alternative that reduces carbon footprint of concrete by about 20%. So, these are all things that are real, tangible, investable, and, deliver that future that we all want. The trick is making those investments accessible to where the money is. And so this is a lot of the work that we do is actually nurturing these companies through our capital, getting co-investment. I'm pleased to say that we've, I think, deployed, you'll see it in our annual report, but I think it's looking like 325 million, I think, to date, and 200 and some million of co-investment. And co-investment requires, of course, investors who have mandates to do that. And the big challenge we've got is that most of our investors don't, or choose not to place capital in illiquid markets. Now, you can talk a long time about what liquidity does and doesn't do to your portfolio, but the reality is we only need a very small portion of all of that KiwiSaver money to go to illiquid assets to make a very big difference with respect to our future carbon footprint. So it's something the industry can really think about. It can think about long and hard. Even better, it can act. And you're seeing some of that happen already. In fact, John Berry, who is right there, wrote a post earlier this week on LinkedIn that made my heart sing because he was talking about, in slightly different language, but why do they invest in private assets, and the reason is that's primary money, right? So primary capital and capital flows is what this game is about. Most of our KiwiSaver funds are in secondary markets. You're just buying off of someone else. New money is what's needed, and that occurs when primary capital is formed. And that's what we do.
Yeah, are you seeing enough in terms of those companies which are getting to the stage where they could benefit from that investment, So let's say we could have greater allocations across all KiwiSaver funds. Would there be enough product out there? How would...
It's a great question, yeah. Well, the answer is yes, because there are enough carbon-intensive assets out there, right, to invest in. The trick is to make them investable and accessible, right?
Yeah.
And so that's actually a conversation. It's both fund managers saying, hey, we actually would like to deploy more capital in that. And so people like NZGIF or other managers out there or newly formed managers who aren't even here today can say, right, we've got capital flows that we can rely on to go and invest in the market. We're going to go get those assets. The reason it's tricky is because carbon assets are kind of highly diversified and dispersed in the economy.
Yeah.
Some are owned by central government, some are owned by local government, some are owned by the consumer, some are owned by corporates. And so you do have to approach them a little bit differently. They're not necessarily nicely packaged in, say, a single company that just needs some equity, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of it's about alternative financing, structured finance, project finance, and venturing into those areas to create the opportunity. And that requires a little bit of work.
Yeah, and kind of taking things through life cycle to get to the point. James, to bring you back into the conversation, in your book, which I'm partway through, Under the Weather, I'll give it a bigger plug a bit later, you talk about some of the things you'd really like to see in Aotearoa that you think could drive us much faster to a lower emissions place. What are the big things you would like to see happen here, where you think some of the bigger wins might be sooner?
Yeah, good question. And maybe I could start by saying the things I said before, switch off all the fossil fuels, etc. Of course, those things can't happen overnight, sadly. So it's a real race against time. How quickly can we wean ourselves off the use of fossil fuels and the release of greenhouse gases before the climate change gets too hard to manage? So the kind of things I'd like to see happening from now is the transport sector is a big one in New Zealand for carbon dioxide emissions. So I'd love to see big increases in investment in public transport systems, electric buses and trains, shared electric cars maybe for the last few kilometres of travel, more facilities for active transport, that's cycle lanes and walking, scootering, facilitating all of that kind of thing and integrating that better with the public transport system. So ideally, in urban centres at least, nobody would have to own a car. The public transport system would be good enough that you wouldn't really need to own a car unless you had some long trip to take, in which case you might be on a train anyway, or you might be using a shared electric car, for instance. So I think there's a lot of scope we've got there. Other areas, I know coal boilers are used for industrial heat in a lot of applications, and I do know that a number of those are being switched out for solar or wind power instead, electricity. Yeah. So the more of that can happen quickly, the better. Better insulation for houses, so we reduce our energy consumption. And just, I guess I'd like to see a bit of a public campaign around being thoughtful about using energy, being thoughtful about using stuff. I encourage people to shop at second-hand stores and avoid fast fashion. Avoid that kind of throwaway society approach to life. And the agriculture sector gets a lot of press in this country because of all the methane emissions from ruminant animals, and that's really important. And I think it's not sustainable to keep, for instance, dairy farming down the east coast of the South Island, where it's a pretty dry climate, actually. So I think we could look at moving towards a more dryland agriculture approach in the drier parts of the country, just live with the climate that we have rather than try to impose a certain land use in a place that maybe isn't that suitable for it. Apart from that, I guess, well, not apart from that, as well as that, we need to go to 100% renewable electricity production in this country. We're already about 80% of the way there, so you might say that would be easy. Of course, the last 20% is always the hardest. But if we can shut down the Huntly Power Station and replace that with enough renewable generation to provide the base load, maybe that includes Lake Onslow and so on, big batteries, that would be great. I've talked to a number of energy experts I know who paint a picture that makes it sound very, very hard. And it probably is very, very hard. Like a lot of these things, I think we need to give it our best shot. We need to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can, to move away from the use of fossil fuels anywhere we're using them. That's my basic philosophy. And I think for this country, for carbon dioxide, which is the main culprit in climate change, it's really the transport sector and then the use of fossil fuels in the energy sector. That's for heat and sort of for power generally. So if we can do all those things in the next 5 years, that'll be a great start.
Yeah, and I think it is encouraging that contact, I mean, when you talk about 8, that's 8 globally, isn't it? Which is kind of quite confronting in many ways. It's not like 8 in Aotearoa or Australasia or the Southern Hemisphere, that is globally. Did you find, sort of looking at contact, actually, that some interesting things on how they're actually moving on this pathway?
Yeah, so for Contact, in the next few years, they're going to be shutting down 2 of their 3 diesel and gas plants and investing heavily into geothermal energy. So they are kind of having a plan to phase out fossil fuels while reintroducing or kind of expanding on their renewable sources. And another good example is a Danish company, Ørsted. So they, back in 2009, they generated about 85% of their power from coal, and they've since switched to now becoming the world's largest offshore wind power plant, and about 90% of their energy is now from renewable sources. So it's just an example that, you know, like James is saying, it's not going to happen overnight, but if they really do become serious about transitioning, it is definitely possible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so actually there's a lot of hope. I want to now put a final sort of controversial question into the room. Maybe this is coming from my perspective. I am the investor who has left fossil fuels. I don't really care how good the returns are. I don't really want to be lying in bed at night knowing that, you know, somewhere in the world I might be getting a dividend from effectively burning the planet. It's just a moral choice, but it's also a choice about where I want my money to go, and increasingly it's into some positive things. So what if we could ban investment in fossil fuel tomorrow? Yeah, would this be a good or a bad thing? Sorry, big question.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah, and I think you can give us a perspective from someone who's a generation probably or 2 below me.
Yeah, I mean, like, from a young perspective, like, for me and a lot of other young people, like, we weren't around, we didn't exist in a time when we were still on the fence about climate change. It's our lived reality. We've only ever known the climate is changing. And so for me and for other young people, like, it's an obvious decision. You know, it kind of shakes us up a bit how the situation is being taken so seriously, and we're still umming and ahhing whether it's a thing to do or not to do. And so, yeah, for me and a lot of other young people would say definitely yes, get out of fossil fuel investments, but also because we have such a long time horizon for our KiwiSaver funds, it's not just the climate risk that worries us, it's more so the financial risk, like, so for companies that are expanding their fossil fuel production like Shell, you know, they're going to be left with a lot of stranded assets, and as long as they're like taking reserves out of the ground, you know, the further they invest into expanding their production, the bigger the cliff they're going to have to fall off when the time comes to completely get out of fossil fuels, when the world's decarbonising, and the less amount of money they have to spend on renewables. So, yeah, I just think for young people it's a pretty obvious choice. And also, yeah, like James is saying, it's not going to happen overnight. So there definitely is a place for you know, supporting the companies that are on transition by kind of keeping our investment with them, or keeping investment in fossil fuel companies that are eventually going to transition because they're in a good space too, because they've already started off with a lot of financial backing behind them. But what we found through our research and our report is that a lot of these big companies are making these bold claims and commitments, but yeah, behind closed doors, they just don't. They're just not, you know, putting their money where their mouth is and actually doing what they say they do. So there's a lot of greenwash out there. So unfortunately, I think, if companies were serious about the transition and actually doing what they're saying they're going to do, then it would be an obvious choice to say, yes, keep investing in fossil fuels because there's a transition, but unfortunately that's just not the case. So for me it's a maybe, but definitely probably no. Yeah.
David?
Yeah, well, so when we had the emails prior to the panel, I kind of got drawn on the affirmative of this question, which is a bit of a short straw with the audience perhaps, but yeah, I mean, as I just discussed before, there's a role for fossil fuels in a transition. I personally don't think that banning investment in fossil fuel companies is the right tool for various reasons. I think there should be very close scrutiny in those countries that can do it around what money is allowed to be deployed into new fossil fuels investments, because we basically don't need any, so there shouldn't really be any funding going into that. But I think what we will see, further to Shannon's point earlier around some of the discussion and commitments and greenwashing out of the fossil fuel industry, is we will see much more scrutiny around these net zero pledges and commitments, and we will see regulation around those. The UN has been calling for this. Some of you would have seen their integrity report last year relating to trying to add robustness to these net zero pledges. So that would mean that if those pledges become regulated over time, which I think they will, then you might get to a point where you can invest in fossil fuel companies, but those ones that are really genuine about the transition and sticking to that in a credible way, which is, really talking to the 8 on the list that Shannen has described.
Okay, great. And Craig, any thoughts?
These are my personal views. Never waste a good crisis, right? But how do you deal with a slow-moving crisis? And that's the challenge that we all face.
Yeah.
Well, you make it fast. So, yeah, go for it. I don't think personally it would work if you did it overnight, but giving a transition period, we would survive. In fact, we would probably thrive if we did it over a relatively short period that gave enough certainty and an ability to put all those resources and effort elsewhere into a better world.
Okay, that's a great. Well, I'd like to end on a hopeful note that while the transition seems to be going backwards rather than forwards from the big global majors, they could be at the beginning of the end. And I remember Kodak cameras, and a lot of people in this room will remember Kodak cameras. And very quickly, we went from a world of film to digital photography. I just feel that in the next 10 years, we could see a similar tip. I hope. And I hope that the wall of money that potentially is controlled as well in this room is going to start to flip as well and faster and at the sort of pace that James has outlined that we need it. So I'd like to thank the guests today, James, Craig, David and Shannen. A little plug for James's book, Under the Weather, at a good bookshop near you. Yep. It's a great read. It's explained to me why New Zealand weather is just so variable as well. Please go onto the Mindful Money website to download our report and share and comment about it as much as possible. It's a really compelling read. And also, have a look at the GIF website where you will see some of the detail of these case studies. Really interesting and quite inspiring about the potential, if we can, and what the Green Fund is doing in terms of bringing together as a catalyst new money into new solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah.
Kia ora. Thanks very much to the panel and particularly to Kate Vanell for her facilitation. So now it's your turn. We're going to give you a chance to discuss particularly the issues raised by the panel. So please don't head for the door or the drinks, because the drinks aren't out yet. And we've got people assigned to be table facilitators at each table. Does everyone know who you are? Okay, good. Thank you, yeah. And so they're going to lead you through a process that basically does two things. One, you are going to discuss what the panel said, and maybe come up with a couple of points about that. And secondly, you can prepare a question for the political panel that immediately follows. So we've got about 35 minutes for this, and it's also a good chance for you to meet each other. And this is part of the whole thing, actually, to get to know other people, to do some networking, to find out about other people. So please take a little bit of time in the process to get to know other people, have a discussion, enjoy it, and then we'll come back for the political discussion in 35 minutes. All cool? Everyone okay? Yes? Thank you. Let's give it lots of energy. Kia ora, everybody. Kia ora. Hello. Thank you all very much. There is a really nice buzz around the room, so thank you to everyone for engaging in this process. I hope you've enjoyed the process and meeting each other, as well as, of course, coming up with the right answers on reflections and questions. So what we're going to do now is we'll come around and could the table facilitators take your questions over to the questions and reflections over to that table over to the left, and while we are introducing the panel and the panel are giving their opening statements, we're going to sort your questions into a kind of like a top 10. So don't feel too bad if your question isn't asked. And then we're going to put them to the political panel. So questions and comments over to that table there, please, table facilitators. In the meantime, it's my great pleasure to introduce Bridget Coates to facilitate the political panel. Many of you will know Bridget. She's chair of the Centre for Sustainable Finance. She's also chair of Fonterra's Sustainability Advisory Panel. She's chair of Koi2, the Centre for Informed Futures at the University of Auckland, and too many other board roles for me to remember. So please give Bridget a very warm welcome to introduce her, and she will introduce the panel. So thank you, Bridget.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Bridget Coates aho, and I am delighted to be here. This is, clearly a very, very important part of the afternoon's proceedings. We have an election coming up. We're privileged to have a representative from 3 political parties joining us, and it'll be a chance for you, when they have had their chance to talk about their priorities, for you to hone in on things that you really want to find out from them through the question process, which is being sorted right now, but also hopefully we get a chance for direct questions towards the end. So it's always more fun when there's a little bit of disagreement, so try and find a question that goes into the middle that there can be a little bit of a tussle one way or another, but we'll see. I think there might be a lot of a pretty high level of agreement myself, but could I invite Oscar Sim to the stage? Oscar is the Labour Party candidate for Auckland Central. Due to the difficulty in Parliament with members away overseas and other things, we were not able to get the Labour MPs that would otherwise have been here. But thank you very much, Oscar, for stepping in at short notice.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Excellent. Please take a seat. And Simon Watts. Simon is the National Party spokesperson on climate and on local government, I guess. Yes. I think I saw something from you on the paper this morning. Simon is the candidate for North Shore electorate. And we are very pleased to have you here too, so thank you very much. On the screen, we are expecting Julianne. Hello, Julianne. Nice to see you. Julianne clearly would be here also if she were able to. Things are, again, busy down there. It's, running fast at the end of the parliamentary period. So, Julianne, welcome, and I'm sure most of you will know Julianne and have had a chance to meet with her at some point, but our Green Party. Just to reassure those who wonder, there was an invitation extended to the Māori Party and to ACT as being the 5 parties that are presently in Parliament, and neither of the other 2 smaller parties were able to attend. So we have the 3 representatives, and again, thank you all very much. We're all looking forward very much to hearing what you have to say. So the way it will work, we have invited each of the political candidates to speak for 3 minutes about their priorities, and then we will move into your questions. So Maybe we'll start with Julianne. So would you like to head off for us? Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Can I just check everyone can hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Bridget, and thanks to the organizers of the conference and Bridget Coates. Very sorry that I'm not able to attend in person, but I really appreciate this opportunity to participate remotely. The Green Party has, from its inception, been focused on climate change and a transition to a sustainable way of living and working. And I think it's becoming clearer than ever that we need to accelerate that transition here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. While last term was our first term in government with government ministers, this past term has been a Labour-led government where we've had much less influence than we would have liked. Nonetheless, we do have a Minister for Climate Change who's doing his very best, and the Minister for Family Violence Prevention, our co-leaders, James Shaw and Marama Davidson. You will have seen, hopefully, in the past few weeks that we put out a very bold statement on income support, an income guarantee for everyone in New Zealand, and how we can fund that with a fairer tax system that finally addresses the current sort of loophole situation where those incredibly wealthy individuals pay a lower effective marginal tax rate than those who work for a living. If you haven't seen those, all of the detail on that policy is available on our website, and we even have a tax calculator so you can see what the impact would be. But we haven't yet announced all of the policies that we can support as a result of the revenue raised from a policy like that, and more will be coming. So I think we've made a bit of progress, and the Greens have been responsible for most of the progress that's been made on setting up the Climate Commission, ensuring we have as a framework, the Zero Carbon Act, making some really positive changes to the ETS that for a while meant we actually had a price on carbon that was effective and was leading to changes in long-term investment decisions. Unfortunately, the recent changes in the past few months that didn't follow the recommendations of the Climate Commission and the Climate Minister saw the floor fall out a bit. Well, the floor didn't fall out, but the carbon price reduced, and that meant less revenue for government, approximately 800 million less. We don't have that money to spend on climate mitigation. There are so many positive opportunities for us to build our buildings better, warmer, healthier, drier, using less energy, to transition to the lowest cost renewable electricity in the world. We could have that, and a transport system that's much more efficient and moves people and goods. It's better for nature, better for the climate, better for New Zealand and our economy. So that's the Greens' priorities.
Julianne, thank you very much. We'll pass straight on, and you could be thinking about the questions for Julianne, but Simon, please. Thank you.
Got this, haven't we? Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, look, a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome along to the conference this afternoon. I want to acknowledge Barry and Bridget as well. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Simon Watts. I'm the Member of Parliament for North Shore. If you all look behind you, you can see my electorate, one of the most stunning places in New Zealand for those at this table that live there, and for many others in the room. I'm the Shadow Minister for Climate Change for the National Party. It is very clear that we've got some significant challenges ahead between now and 2050 in order to reach our emission reductions target. The National Party are absolutely committed around the achievement of net zero by 2050 and our obligations in regards to 2030. And we have outlined already this year a number of policies that deal with what we see as the key drivers of emissions in this country. One, or the most significant, obviously, is around agricultural emissions, based on 50% of current emission profile. We've outlined our policy in regards to how we see that will be working and the process in which we will achieve reductions in that space. We've also outlined a policy around electrifying New Zealand. The increasing and doubling of renewable energy between now and 2050 is a critical enabler of us to transition off fossil fuels into utilisation of electric vehicles and other electric usages, particularly around industrial heat. But we need more generation. wind farm in Wellington, 8 years to consent, 2 years to build. If we're serious about the pace of change required in order to deliver and to meet our objectives around emission reduction, we need to remove that red tape. And our policy has said maximum 1 year to consent renewable generation, solar, wind, geothermal, and where applicable, hydro is on the table as well. So that should clear the barriers. The other aspects around transport, we'll be talking about some more of those policies before the election. I have a finance and banking background, 20 years in investment or 10 years in investment banking in London. I understand the challenges around market signals. You can see in the spot price around the ETS, the uncertainty in the market in regard to that. That is very much around the signals that government are sending. It is our view that the ETS is a critical enabler of our emission reduction ability by 2050. Does it need to be improved? Yes, but it is a mechanism that we need to support. And so the signals that government sends, and a national-led government will send, is a commitment around emission reduction. We'll be focused on significant reductions that actually turn the dial. We can't play around the edges. We need to make a commitment around this, but we need to do it with industry, not against it. We're all in this together, and the role in which you play within the financial sector, particularly in this space, is critical, because actually many of the banks and many of the insurers are going to lead this change as well. And we know that that is pretty much already happening, particularly in insurance, but also in banking. And that's how the market should operate. And actually sometimes it's best if government just gets out of the way and lets the private and the market actually drive some of those things. Where there's market failure or the market's not adjusting, that's where we see that government should come in and help get us to the outcome. So hope that all helps in terms of overview. Really looking forward to your questions, and appreciate you all being here this afternoon.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Invitation to Oscar. Thank you very much.
Cool. I guess I will start by talking about who I am, because you probably don't know who I am. So I'm Labour's new candidate here in Auckland Central. And one of the threads that was touched upon during that previous panel discussion was around climate change and a lot of these broader social issues being generational issues. So I am a member of Generation Z. I am a member of that generation that is now coming of age, entering the workforce just after this pandemic that we've had, and in what are relatively challenging economic circumstances. And we are the inheritors of all of these problems of climate change and these broad structural issues that we all have to face. And so my message, and our message as a party, is that we have to seize this opportunity, that actually the crisis that climate change represents, the existential crisis to contemporary civilization, represents also, I think, one of the best economic opportunities since the Industrial Revolution. So in terms of what that looks like, I think that looks like things like our policies of investing in infrastructure. So we've already had some discussion, and I hope we have an opportunity to get into the weeds around things like transport infrastructure and cities and urbanism and all of these sorts of things that shape the way that we use energy, shape the way we get to and from work, and how we drop our kids off at school. And these are big challenges, and they require remaking a lot of our infrastructure and redesigning the way we think about cities. I am someone who is urban to his core. That's why I'm standing here in Auckland Central. I previously lived in Singapore for a while and then grew up here in Auckland. And I see that the lifestyle that I have in terms of living in an apartment building, not owning a car, never having owned a car, and being able to walk and cycle and so on to work, is a lifestyle that people just don't have access to because we don't have the infrastructure for it at the moment. And so, one of our key policies and one of the key challenges is, can we build that infrastructure? Can we build that rapid transit network for Auckland that will get people out of their cars and make those sorts of things a better choice? And yeah, I mean, there's a much broader conversation then to be had about what is the role of finance in that. I think capitalism is the best system we've tried so far, but it has deep fundamental flaws, and climate change is one of them. And what that means is that when we think about the allocation of capital flows and the people in this room who do that job, How do we set regulations in a way that are simple and easy to understand and clean, but also encourage productive investment in green technology? I've had a bit of a background in the startup space, in the technology sector. I'm a software engineer as my day job. Hopefully by October 14th, I'll have a new job. Leveraging that opportunity that we have to build a cleaner society and to invest in these sorts of industries that are cleaner and greener is something that our party is doing. We made an investment in the gaming industry a few weeks ago, and something that I think we need to look at more broadly in terms of transforming the economy. So I'm excited to get stuck into some of your weedy questions and some of the detail, hopefully.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank all of you. That was a great start, and thank to you for these excellent questions. It really is quite remarkable how good these questions are. So let me start with the first one. How would you work with the other political parties, each of you to speak, to achieve long-term policy which is certain to support climate transition and the use of the ETS, if that's part of your policy? Simon, could we start with you?
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, take politics aside, the need for us to achieve our 2050 and 2030 targets is the most important aspect. And National has worked in the past very collaboratively with the government around both 2030 and 2050 commitments. It is our view that we may have different ways of achieving that goal, but at the end of the day, they are goals that we've signed up to as a country. We subscribe to a rule-based system, and therefore we need to achieve those goals. Where there is opportunity to work together, you think about climate adaptation, a key issue and a key challenge, one of the most significant fiscal challenges, I think, for the next 30 to 50 years for this country. It is critical that we have a framework that is a cross-party and is able to be utilised irrespective of who is running the ship at one point in time, because that problem will outlast, no doubt, whatever political party is in the government at that point. So, yeah.
Thank you. One of the things that we hear a lot, Joe, is the concern that the financial community has that there would be a lurch backwards, and so it's really encouraging to hear that all the political parties are committed to moving us forward, and so these are encouraging, I think, for us all. So, investment certainty being a key factor. Oscar, have you got a comment on working with other political parties and collaborating?
Yeah, look, it's good that we've started off with a question where we can all be nice to each other. I think, yeah, and I absolutely agree with Simon. I think that when we think about the challenge of climate and these social issues, ultimately they are questions of infrastructure investment. They ultimately are questions about transforming the economy, and where do we see New Zealand in 30 or 40 years' time? And you can't do that in a 3-year election cycle. Of course, I would love the Labour Party to win every single election in New Zealand from now until the end of time. But the reality is that their team is in power statistically approximately 50% of the time. And so, how do we go from a kind of fighting with each other and that uncertainty, that surrounds that, to actually, putting forward solutions that all parties, and including I think Julianne will agree with me here, can agree with, and that are sufficient and that actually deal with these challenges in the way that they need to be dealt with.
Thank you. Julianne, would you like to comment on the collaboration point? Mute.
I was really hopeful when before I got involved in politics, I was working as a transport consultant and urban planning consultant and trying to convince the then Labour government and soon after the national government that the things we needed to do for transport for climate change were also great for resilience, were great for the economy, were great for people. And I'm just really sorry to say, after 12 years in politics, I don't think the political debate has yet gotten to the point where the parties that say they care about taking action on climate change understand what needs to be done and are willing to support it. So it's all well and good for National to say they support the goals, but they don't support any policies that would give effect to those goals. In fact, they actively campaign against policies that are effective at reducing emissions, particularly in transport, but right across the board. And if they're in government next term, it will most likely be with the ACT Party, who I don't think have any commitment to maintaining consistency on the Zero Carbon Act. They want to get rid of the Climate Commission and make pretty extreme changes to the tax system that would mean the government doesn't have the revenue it needs to invest in public services and the transition. And Oscar, I'm sure we think very similarly when it comes to transport and urban planning, but the Labour Party right now, the Labour government, is actively backing away from climate being a priority in transport and have committed billions of dollars to highways that simply don't solve our transport problems or our climate problems. So even though they did bring in the clean car policies, I don't think they would have done that if we hadn't done the work to prove them last term. But I think if people really care about this issue, you really need to vote green at this election so that we can actually get in and start to implement these policies so people effectively, so people can see the benefit. Because the reality is the Labour majority government has failed to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back, I think, to some of the points you raised.
Yeah, we might do.
Yeah. One of the issues is where the investment is coming from. Do you think our tax structure and our incentive structure is appropriate to incentivise investment from both the private sector and the public sector? And how are we going to fund the transition expenditure that we need? Oscar first, please.
Yeah, look, I mean, we have released a report on tax fairness, and I think it is clear that there are questions around whether our tax system is sufficiently fair. It is also true that this is going to be expensive, and I think to put it a little bit bluntly, we are in a cost of living crisis. And what that means is that as we heard from our keynote speaker, the political appetite for the sorts of large expenditure necessary, to make infrastructure investments for climate mitigation, are not, that political will and appetite is not there. And so what I would say, as a response to that, is that it is the role of politicians, people like me, and my two lovely panelists, to be the leaders on that and to say, actually, this is the direction that we have to head in. These are the investments we have to make. We do have an ongoing program. Our government and our party does have an ongoing program of investment in these sorts of things. I can, of course, talk about the investments in transport and infrastructure that we're making here in Auckland, those are substantial and the biggest in the city in a very long time. But I can see the point that we need to go further, and when it comes to how we fund that, look, our tax policy will be out before the election, but I can say that we will definitely be looking at fairness and looking at how do we accommodate this without burdening New Zealanders.
Thank you. Julianne, would you like to take that one, please?
Sorry, the question was about changes to the tax system?
No, it's about how can we fund and finance the transition? What are is the current regulatory system fit for purpose to do that?
Changes to the tax system.
Yeah.
That would mean we finally have some sort of fairness between wealth and assets, which do generate a return. In fact, generate usually a larger return than just income from labor. So the idea is the first 10,000 for everyone would be tax-free. There'd be a new top tax rate. Everyone earning under $120,000 a year would get a tax cut, and those who are in the top 1%, less than 1% really, of wealth holders would be liable to a tax, which would be effectively like a 50% marginal tax rate. So that's on wealth over $2 million if you're an individual, or $4 million if you're a couple. And in doing this, we could afford to ensure that everyone has a guaranteed minimum income, and we could significantly invest in public services. We still have a lot that we need to do in infrastructure, a whole lot we need to do in infrastructure, both to mitigate climate emissions and to adapt to the climate impacts that are already in course. And I think that we need some significant reprioritization in order to ensure that we're using our transport budget and our carbon budget in the most effective way possible to have infrastructure that's going to enable people and goods to continue moving with much less energy and much less carbon emissions.
So the question was more about the role of the private sector and whether the regulatory system is encouraging the private sector sufficiently to invest alongside government. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's what an effective carbon price should do, but I think that there's probably going to be more that needs to be done. Like, so the Greens got the Green Investment Finance Limited set up, which has enabled some investment in commercially viable investments that also have a co-benefit of improving the environment, reducing emissions. But the reality is that some of what we need to do is going to have very diffuse or widespread benefits, public benefits, and it's hard to get a commercial return from those. So I think probably things like green bonds are probably the simplest way to ensure that we've got private investment able to go into the types of projects that are going to help us reduce emissions. I mean, I think there is, there's a role out there. Getting the prices right is one thing. Making sure government investment is going in the right place is another. And then we should be enabling more of the savings that people have to be put into funds that they can be confident they will get a steady return over time and that those will be used for projects that are effective.
Thank you. Simon.
Yeah, well, look, what's clear is that the central government or the Crown alone is not going to solve this problem. It is the role, I think, of government to clear the barriers, and you can see this in the electricity sector. I think there is a large number of consented renewable energy projects sitting on the books, but the challenge is some of the regulatory burden or the pricing signals that the Crown are sending by building things like Onslow, which then are confusing the market in terms of the investment decisions that they are looking to take. So it is very much for central government to send clear signals to the market around our intent and remove those regulatory burdens and compliance burdens. Our view is very clear. The market should lead where possible, and the government should step in where there is market failure. All options need to be on the table in terms of how you fund and finance that. But we know that, Fonterra is a good example already. Nestle are talking to Fonterra saying if you don't meet your obligations, it will buy our milk elsewhere. That is the market working, and it is the role of government to work and support, our big players and our big emitters to be able to transition to that point. And some will be able to do that much faster than others. But it shouldn't be that the government are throwing in Crown capital, which actually creates more uncertainty. And I think that's what we're seeing at the moment.
Thanks. So following on from that, agriculture, it is, our biggest single problem, I suppose, or certainly alongside transport. At the moment, the agriculture debate is very prone to rural-urban polarisation and to, sort of a them and us divide. We were talking before about social cohesion. What ideas do you have, or does your party have, to bring this agriculture debate to a good place, and bearing in mind the difficulty, how can this debate be handled so that the industry is respected but also encouraged to move forward at pace? Simon.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked, because Nationals obviously released our agricultural emissions policy, the only major party to release a clear roadmap of how we will deal with the agricultural emissions, which on current measurement is 50% of our overall challenge. Three key aspects: we need to focus around R&D and removing some of the regulatory burdens around biotech, which provides a number of solutions for our agricultural sector. We are one of the most green agricultural sectors in the world, and our view is that farming and agriculture does need to reduce its emissions, but we need to be able to work with that sector, not against it, in order to achieve that. We've said by 2030 we should have the measurement mechanisms in place and be on a pathway to be able to price those emissions. We see that agriculture emissions sit outside of the ETS. The ETS deals with the CO2 components, but the methane components need to be dealt with separately. And look, we just need to work with our farmers. Our New Zealand economy and export market is 80% primary sector. We cannot destroy our economy in order, at the same time, of trying to meet our emissions. We actually need to grow our economy and meet our climate emissions. And I think our policy has clearly outlined that. Can we do it faster, and should we be able to do it faster? Absolutely, but we've set some sticks in the ground in terms of by when that we need to set those goals.
Thank you. Julianne, please, on that same agriculture topic.
I mean, I find it a bit puzzling that there's an idea that the market will sort out the problem, and that then the National Party doesn't want the agricultural sector to face a price on its emissions anytime soon, a real price. And I just, like in classical economics, putting a price on pollution is one of the ways you instigate innovation, and you ensure that the market is able to respond. Because at the moment, that cost of the carbon emissions, the methane emissions, isn't being factored into the business model. And so until you put a price on it, I don't really see how we can expect the industry to change. I think that unfortunately, there are groups like Groundswell, which we know are not really representative of most farmers, and they get a lot of airtime in the media. I mean, we know they're basically like a astroturfing organization that was set up by the same sort of people who set up the Taxpayers Union. It's well funded by a small number of individuals. It's not representative. It takes a really extreme view and line in the media, and then that polarizes the debate. The Greens have never blamed farmers. We've just said we need to do this transition together. And we've highlighted many opportunities where there are farmers, like there's a cherry orchard down in central Otago that's fully electric, and proving that it can be done. And so definitely people like that are the ones who should be leading the conversations. But I think, we also just have to get on with it and say, well, it's been more than 20 years we've been talking about putting a price on this, and it hasn't really happened. And so we have to start somewhere. And like most industries that have had to change, people have kicked up a fuss when they've been asked to do things to a higher standard. I remember asking Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, about higher fuel economy standards for German car companies and higher building efficiency standards for buildings in Germany. And she said that every time you propose something like this, people kick up a fuss and they protest against it. But then once they get on with it and figure out how to do it, they see there's benefits for them too. There's benefits for all of us.
Thank you. Oscar, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to pull on that thread that Julianne was just talking about. I think, social change requires, I think, a combination of approaches. It has to be, okay, we are working with industry bodies, we are working with farmers, we are talking to them and understanding what they need, and that has been our approach over this term of government. But it also has to be, okay, we have to take political leadership. Our politicians have to, they are elected, we are elected to lead you, and to some extent that means making hard decisions, when they need to be made. It does disappoint me that National seem to be kicking the can down the road in terms of pricing agricultural emissions.
So what's your plan?
And well, we've got one. We're working on it. It's happening. And moving that that deadline out another 5 years, I think, it's not something that we can wait for. So. This is a crisis of the now. I think a combination of approaches is necessary. Working with farmers, I said I was relentlessly urban or urban to my core. I don't think that excludes building a society and building a country that bridges that divide and that actually allows us to work with farmers and with our our largest agricultural, our largest export sector.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more. Would that be right? 7 minutes. So with 7 minutes, I have one question that I'm going to use as to wrap everything up. But is there a question from the audience that we could take, some topic that you're is burning in your mind that you'd like to ask the panelists? Yes, thanks.
Regarding that taxation talk, I mean, in regards to finance, is there any innovative ways we could be looking at incentivising investments into more sustainable practices, or disincentivizing, into the fossil fuels that so much of the KiwiSaver is already in?
So a focus on KiwiSaver?
Yeah, particularly.
Yeah, that's a great question. Julianne, go to you first on KiwiSaver and how we could utilise that capital, body of capital for the agenda that we've been talking about here.
I'm so sorry, Bridget, could you just repeat that one more time?
Yeah, can you see ways that we could use KiwiSaver or other financing vehicles to invest behind this agenda?
Yes, absolutely. I think that would be really, really helpful to find ways for the KiwiSaver savings to be used probably in a similar way to green bonds. Like, people are looking for long-term investments with a good return. And I guess it's important that government finds a way to make sure that it's getting directed towards projects that are objectively going to help us in the transition. And I think that's where the role of entities like the Climate Commission and the Infrastructure Commission could be extremely helpful as government funded but independent bodies that are looking at the evidence and assessing what are the best projects and the best principles. And then we need to find a way, I guess, for the KiwiSaver funds to have vehicles for that investment where they can get the types of returns that they are looking for.
Thank you. The previous panel, we were talking about liquidity, KiwiSaver liquidity, and the constraints in investing in private assets, and many of us in the room are greatly interested in this topic and interested in what other countries have done to unleash private capital into these areas. And so thank you for that. I think we all agree it's really important and we'd like to find a way. Simon, do you have any thoughts on this matter?
Yeah, I mean, with respect, I wouldn't be asking our politicians to be making an investment portfolio decision on where we should be investing your KiwiSaver and retirement funds. I would trust those that are running the funds to be much better placed to make those investment decisions, and the market, actually. Just going back on a couple of the points that were raised, National do support pricing of agriculture by 2030. The reality is farmers don't have an opportunity to do that and actually reduce that right now. So we're being pragmatic around the fact that by 2030 they need to do that. And the Greens are in government. They've got a Minister of Climate Change that's been there for 6 years. The decision at the election is, have they delivered a reduction in emissions or not, to the extent of which people think it's acceptable? And to say it's someone else's problem, we don't have enough power, is an interesting concept. But it's no time for excuses. We need to meet our obligations by 2030 and 2050.
Thank you. Oscar?
Yeah, so when we think about, talking specifically about regulation with regards to investment, so, we think about the banking sector, right? And we have had financial crises, and we learn things from these financial crises where we go, we need prudential regulation on the banking sector, we need deposit requirements, or we need disclosure requirements on financial products. Climate change, I think, is structurally very similar. So it's obviously not a crisis that we've experienced before, but it is something that represents, I think, a similar sort of systemic risk, right? And so I can point to legislation that we've already passed, right? So this was 2021, we've passed legislation around disclosure requirements for large businesses. I think there is more to do in this area when we think about, how can we use the regulatory system to encourage investment in particular, particular sectors or particular areas of the economy. I'm not here to make a policy announcement on that front, but I think there's absolutely more thinking that can go into that in a way that that is efficient. One of the examples that was spoken about on the previous panel was labeling, right? And so, obviously labeling products and producing a threshold for, whether a product can be labeled as environmentally friendly in some sense. Having concrete standards for that is a sort of interesting thing. I'm not here to announce policy, but it's a sort of interesting thing that other countries are thinking about that I think, we should be looking at. The European Union is leading on this area. So, hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. So wrapping up, it's been a very good panel, really a lot of interesting topics thrown out, and I'm sure most of you are sitting there saying, I wished I'd like to find out more about one of those, but afterwards you have the opportunity with the two gentlemen who are here. But to conclude, could I ask each of the panelists to speak on, in 2030, what would be the climate achievements that you would be most proud of for Aotearoa New Zealand, that you would believe that you could work towards and that would give you the most greatest satisfaction and be most effective in transitioning this economy? Oscar, we'll go to you first.
So I think decarbonising our transport system. Transport is, a substantial percentage of our current emissions. And so as much work as we can do on that in terms of the way that we look at our cities and the way that we think about commuting and the way that we think about driving and so on. And then, substantial progress towards emissions reduction in agriculture. So, whether that's the embrace of new technology or what have you, Simon and his plan. I think those are the two biggest things in terms of our emissions, and so those are the two things that I think we need to tackle most aggressively.
Thank you. Julianne, what would be your two ambitions for 2030?
I have too many.
I was going to say, don't worry about two.
Definitely huge progress on the transport front. We could have surface light rail in Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, and our major towns and cities could all have frequent, reliable passenger transport services that are affordable. Intercity rail starting to be revitalized with joined-up bus services, and our freight making much more progress towards an integrated freight opportunity with coastal shipping, rail, and electric trucks and other types of delivery for the last few miles. But and also the building code. I would just love to see our building code massively stepped up so that all the buildings we were building, all the affordable housing, was actually extremely energy efficient and had good ventilation. I think we could absolutely achieve that by 2030. Can I just sneak in one extra thing? I think for us to make progress on this, we have to safeguard and improve our democracy and local democracy. I think there needs to be much more decentralization of decision making to local government, more funding to local government, and more representatives in local government and in parliament. Make it 16, lower the voting age, and implement all the recommendations that are currently being consulted on the review of MMP.
Thank you. Great points about local government. Simon.
Yeah, look, I've talked about agriculture and our energy policies. Obviously, we'd want to see those well progressed. But I think if you stand back, one of the key aspects linked to certainty is that government having a role to be able to shine the light and make more transparent in terms of where we are current state, where we need to be by 2030 and 2050, acknowledging we'll be in 2030 by this point, but so that people understand the pathway and where we're at and where we need to be and how we're getting there. I think at the moment there is a lot of opaqueness in terms of the how, and it is important that we actually have a clear pathway and that all New Zealanders understand where we are on that journey and therefore can participate in the conversation around the pace of change in a more informed manner than what they are at the moment. And I think the financial sector in particular, through the disclosure regime and the fact that we're one of the leading countries in the world in this space, actually plays a really important role in order to provide that transparency through to the market, which I think the market will lead us to where we need to be. And I'm confident that if we've got that transparency, then we know the objective we need to achieve.
Excellent. On your behalf, could I thank all three panellists for an excellent discussion and for setting up plenty of food for thought. And thank you, Julianne. Thank you for attending. And we will go on to have the awards tonight, and some of these themes will be front of our minds. So thank you all.
Great. Thanks, Bridget.
Thank you.
Kia ora. So that's it for our conference. Please join me kind of for one more time to express our thanks to speakers and that panel, the earlier panel, the facilitators for both of those panels, and the people who facilitated the table discussions. So give them a big round of applause. And thank you all to all of you who engaged in these discussions. I felt like that was a really interesting process, and I'm really appreciative that you all contributed and gave it lots of energy, and so we'll do that again next year, okay? So I did want to say huge thanks to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors are Booster Asset Management, and New Zealand Green Investment Finance. So thanks to them. Silver sponsors was Medical Assurance Society, MAS, and general sponsors, Devon funds, including Tahito, New Zealand Superannuation Fund, and Pathfinder Asset Management. So thanks a lot to all the sponsors. I also wanted to say a huge thanks to the people who put this on, which is the Mindful Money team. So I hope you get a chance to meet them all in the break. So there's Karen Swainson, our operations manager. Olive Coulson, our marketing and events manager. Olive has done more than anyone else to put this together. Liam Milbanks. Liam's our data guy, and he's fabulous. Liam over there. And next to Liam is Shannen Barnes, who I thought did a stonkingly good job on the panel, and thank you so much. Shannon's our researcher, so thank you, Shannen. So for those of you who want to stay on for the awards, and I hope you all do, because it's a really fun event. If you don't have a ticket, you can get one from the reception at the registration table there. So now's a chance for you to have a drink and an opportunity to meet and greet. I have it on good authority that there are some bubbles, but unfortunately not vintage French champagne. We're going to start the awards in about half an hour, so enjoy a bit of downtime, and then we'll come back for the awards, emceed by the wonderful Jessie Mulligan. Welcome, Jessie. So thanks all. See you in half an hour.
When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. And I was running from my brother and his friends, and tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it here, made friends and lost them through the years. And I've not seen the boring fields in so long. I know I've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make years old, smoking and rolled cigarettes. Running from the law through the backfields and getting drunk with my friends. Had my first kiss on a Friday night. I don't reckon that I did it right, but I was younger then. Take me back to when we found weekend jobs, and when we got paid, we'd buy cheap spirits and drink them straight. Me and my friends have not thrown up in so long. Oh, how we've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. One friend left to sell clothes, and one works down by the coast. One had 2 kids but lives alone. One's brother overdosed. One's already on his second wife. One's just barely getting by, but these people raised me, and I can't wait to go home. And I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes when we did not know the answers, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. I'm gonna pick up the pieces and build a Lego house. If things go wrong, we can knock it down. My 3 words have 2 meanings, but there's one thing on my mind. It's all for you. And it's dark in a cold December, but I got you to keep me warm. If you're broken, I will mend you, and I keep you sheltered from the storm that's raging on. Now I'm out of touch, I'm out of love. I'll pick you up when you're getting down. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. I'm out of sight, I'm out of mind. I'll do it all for you in time. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. I'm gonna paint you by numbers and color you in. If things go right, we can frame it and put you on a wall. And it's so hard to say it, but I've been it before. Now I'll surrender up my heart and swap it for yours. I'm out of touch, I'm out of love. I'll pick you up when you're getting down. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. I'm out of sight, I'm out of mind. I'll do it all for you in time. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. Don't hold me down. think the braces are breaking, and it's more than I can take. And it's dark in the cold December, but I got you to keep me warm. If you're broken, I will mend you, and I keep you sheltered from the storm that's raging on. Now I'm out of touch, I'm out of love. I'll pick you up when you're getting down. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. I'm out of sight, I'm out of mind. I'll do it all for you in time. And out of all these things I've done, I think I love you better now. I'm out of touch, I'm out of love. I'll pick you up when you're getting down. And out of all these things I've done, I will love you better now. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet, will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? Darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, my heart could still fall as hard at 23. And I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. Well, me, I fall in love with you every single day. And I just wanna tell you I am. So honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud, maybe we found love right where we are. When my hair's all but gone and my memory fades, and the crowds don't remember my name, when my hands don't play the strings the same way, I know you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul could never grow old, it's evergreen. And baby, your smile's forever in my mind and memory. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. And maybe it's all part of a plan. Well, I'll just keep on making the same mistakes. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh, darling, place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. Or maybe we found love right where we are. And we found love right where we are. Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like me to go over everything. They say that time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home.
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past the satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Fading in, fading out, on the edge of paradise. Every inch of your skin is a holy grail I've gotta find. Only you can set my heart on fire, on fire. Yeah, I'll let you set the pace, 'cause I'm not thinking straight. My head's spinning around, I can't see clear no more. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, love me like you do, like you do. Love me like you do, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, love me like you do, like you do. Love me like you do, love me like you do. Yeah, touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? I'll let you set the pace, 'cause I'm not thinking straight. My head's spinning around, I can't see clear no more. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, love me like you do, like you do. Love me like you do, love me like you do. Yeah, touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do, love me like you do, like you do. Love me like you do, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for?
Give me love like her. 'Cause lately I've been waking up alone. Paint splattered teardrops on my shirt. I told you I'd let them go. And that I'll fight my corner. Maybe tonight I'll call you after my blood turns into alcohol. No, I just wanna hold you. Give a little time to me, we'll burn this out. We'll play hide and seek to turn this around. All I want is the taste that your lips allow. My mind, oh give me love. 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 My mind, give me love. Give me love like never before. 'Cause lately I've been craving more. And it's been a while, but I still feel the same. Maybe I should let you go. You know I'll fight my corner, and that tonight I'll call you after my blood is drowning in alcohol. No, I just wanna hold you. Give a little time to me, we'll burn this out. We'll play hide and seek to turn this around. All I want is the taste that your lips allow. My mind, oh give me love. Give a little time to me, burn this out. We'll play hide and seek to turn this around. All I want is the taste that your lips allow. My mind, oh give me love. 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 My mind, oh give me love.
Kia ora, everybody. I am really sorry that we're having to drag you away from fascinating discussions, but it is time. Yeah. So please take your seats. Here we go. So for all those wonderful people who are presenting awards, we encourage you to be in the first couple of tables down here. For everyone else, please fill up the room, including the far end. Rightio, folks, time to sit down, please. You're okay. Kia ora, welcome back, and welcome to those who weren't here for the preceding conference. I think you missed a good conference. Anyone agree? Yes? Yeah? Cool. Lovely. So I hope you had a chance to meet with new friends and old. We'll do some more time after the awards and do some celebrating. For those who are interested, we will carry on after we get kicked out of here into a place called Parasol and Swing down the road. So these events often continue until fairly late in the evening if anyone's up for that. Now it's on to the awards. I want to pass over any responsibilities to a proper MC, and that's to the very proper MC, Jesse Mulligan. So you may know Jesse from radio or TV, but he's also been a stand-up comic, a TV producer, a writer, a PR man, a food reviewer, a radio announcer, and of course a sought-after MC. So he's even a trained lawyer. So all of this is great preparation for Jesse being our MC at these awards. No mai, haere mai, Jesse.
Thank you, Barry. Yes, it's me, Jesse Mulligan. The affordable John Campbell. Welcome. Welcome. Look at that. How much makeup am I wearing in that photo? Sorry, they caked it on me. I'm wearing a tuxedo in that photo as well. Did anyone else put on tux and tails for this evening? No. Well, I was thinking about it, but it's a big risk when you've been at a daytime event. There's nothing worse than showing up and you're the only person dressed like The Bachelor. So I've gone a bit more casual. You all look great. Welcome along. I enjoyed coming for the last half hour of that political panel. Enjoyed watching that. Got to say, ultimate power move by Julianne Genter, making sure that her face was approximately 1,000 times bigger than anyone else on stage. Very, very tricky for the National Party guy to make his point while she's looming over him like Ming the Merciless. Incredible. Not my favourite ever Julianne Genter power move. My favourite ever move of hers was when she was pregnant with her second child and she went into labour and she took a bicycle to the hospital. That is amazing. No one can accuse you of not being committed to climate change when you go into labour and you bike to the hospital. Sure, we would have accepted a Crown car for that. She could have used one of Chris's Teslas, whatever. Anyway, welcome along. I have plenty to tell you tonight, but we're going to begin with a speaker who I've been lucky enough to interview on several occasions on radio and TV. And he speaks on environmental issues and manages that very nice balance between sort of retaining some hope and optimism while pulling no punches. He co-founded Forum for the Future. He's been the chair of the UK Sustainable Development Commission. And he has long-standing and quite deep roots here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. He co-founded the Aotearoa Circle with the late Sir Rob Fenwick, and he chaired a New Zealand Sustainability Advisory Panel. My outstanding impression of him is that he is not a guy who you would want to piss off. In fact, I'm only introducing him like this because I know this is pre-recorded and he has no opportunity to respond. So, direct from the UK, please enjoy this special message from Sir Jonathon Porritt.
Hello. Well, I can't tell you how relieved on the global investment scene and how we can pick the bones of what's going on in that regard, because it has been an extraordinary year. There is no question about that, and it will be an even more extraordinary year to come. For me, a big highlight is that a lot more people are suddenly aware of what is referred to often as greenwash, and in particular, what a lot of us are coming to see as net zero flim-flam. A kind of crazy rhetorical rush for the comfort of net zero without any actions to match that rhetorical surge. And that leads to the conclusion that it is only by people's performance, by their deeds, that they need to be judged. A lot of that is going on here in the UK and elsewhere because is difficult, and to get that sorted out, often against a backdrop where government policy is extremely unhelpful, is proving to be difficult. So we will see much more of a sheep and goats phenomenon, companies that can genuinely claim to be making progress against their targets by their deeds, and a lot of companies still sitting on the sidelines hoping to be stroked and rewarded for their words. I hope they will be disabused fairly quickly. It's also been a pretty extraordinary year from the perspective of what's going on in energy markets, and I know Barry will be talking a little bit more about this in his comments in a moment, but it is quite extraordinary what's happening. One world, two very different approaches, two very different minds. There's been an astonishing surge in investment in renewables. The International Energy Agency was now pointing to 2022 as the year in which more than $1 trillion flowed into green and low energy investments of one kind or another. And 2023 is already heading for a much higher total than that. On the other hand, a lot of the world's fossil fuel companies are doubling down on their hydrocarbon investments, deprioritizing whatever paltry little combination of events they were offering about renewables, and essentially going back to the world in which they could only reward shareholders by ramping up investment in oil and gas. Again, by their deeds shall they be judged. But the renewables scene, I don't want to turn away from that because it is extraordinary, not just here in the UK, which is actually doing really rather well, but in Germany, heading now towards 80% of all its electricity coming from renewables within the course of the next 15 years. A lot going on in America as a consequence of the Inflation Reduction Act, an extraordinary surge of government support for renewables, which probably in the round over the next few years will lead to something like $3 trillion worth of private sector investment in renewables. These things actually do seriously count. So what is the next year going to look like? Well, I hope some of the hypocrites in the investment community will have their cover blown. I think we're all getting more and more tired of organizations like the Net Zero Asset Managers, where a significant number of the members of that organization have been seen to continue with their investments in fossil fuels. The Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANZ as it's known, is again just a great big talking shop where companies sign up and do very little. So my advice to any investor is don't go with all this rhetorical stuff. Be very cautious of it. It's mostly cynical. And in the world's capital markets, it's pretty much all cynical because they have little intention actually of changing most of their mindsets. What will change that? Well, hopefully people will begin to get more aware of the need to judge people by deeds, not words. This is going to be a hellish year from a climate change point of view. We've got a most unbelievable story going on in terms of average sea temperatures, average ocean temperatures at the moment, a totally unprecedented spike in increased temperatures, which will be compounded, of course, by an El Nino event towards the end of the year. Hang on, because in New Zealand and around the world, this is going to be one of the most devastatingly awful years for climate change. And although this doesn't sound like a positive message, eventually it's the hellishness of what we're doing to the world today that will persuade enough people to get their politicians to start doing what they should be. I'm sorry, I don't have a more upbeat message than that. We depend a lot on real change in the environment, real climate change manifesting itself in real people's lives with trillions of dollars worth of economic damage. It's only that, I suspect, which will eventually kick the politicians into something resembling reality. I suspect that's probably not a sufficiently upbeat message for you, Barry, so let me just say that I want to pass on my congratulations to all the winners of your wonderful awards this evening, all of them to an organization as ethical and impactful as anyone could possibly hope for.
A little round of applause, thank you. See what I mean, eh? You wouldn't want to spill wine on his couch. We're celebrating all the positive things tonight. I quite like the idea of a Net Zero Flim Flam Award next year. So let me reintroduce someone who you all know, Mindful Money founder Barry Coates. And Barry has worked hard for change, first in business and then in NGOs and development and eventually in politics. He has a master's degree in finance and management at Yale University, but instead of using it for personal gain, I mean, I'm sure there's some personal gain, but mostly he's used his knowledge and analysis to educate and advocate for change. Anytime I cover climate change on TV or on radio, people come up to me and they say, you know, someone should do something. Well, Barry is one of the best examples of somebody doing something. Please welcome back to the stage CEO of Mindful Money and the man behind today's events, Bridget Coates.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Jonathon Porritt's last book was called Hope and Hell. That speech was a little bit more of the hell. But he did manage to weave in some really good material about renewables. So this is our third annual awards, and we thought it'd be a good time to take stock of where New Zealand is on our ethical and impact investment journey. And I wanted to just preface it a little bit by giving you a bit of information about Mindful Money. So it's now 4 years since Mindful Money launched at a conference just along the road, which was headlined by Grant Robertson. And by then we'd just done the first of our surveys together with the Responsible Investment Association of Australasia, RIA. And those surveys are surveys of the New Zealand public and what they think about ethical and impact investing. And we've just published the fifth of those. So I commend it to any of you who haven't looked at it. In 2019, we started doing portfolio analysis of KiwiSaver funds. And what we looked at was not only their direct investments, we looked at the indirect investments via funds as well, and then we related it to issues that the public were concerned about. We've now got information on about 800 funds on our website. We started with basic materials on ethical investment, and now we've got more than 60 videos and podcasts on a range of key investment topics. We've undertaken leading research on issues like investment in nuclear weapons, companies aligned with the Putin regime, deforestation, and as of today, on an analysis of fossil fuel companies and the fossil fuel sector. And we've joined with others to do 2 annual surveys on climate action by New Zealand investors. So what does all of this kind of contribute, and what's the state of ethical investing in New Zealand? Firstly, the key point is, as Jonathon was quite clear about, you know, globally there's a long way to go, and certainly in New Zealand there's a long way to go. And an example of that is the fossil fuel report that we launched today. So we've seen a big increase in KiwiSaver and retail investment, not just in the fossil fuel industry generally, but actually in the fossil fuel industry that is expanding their exploration and production at a time when the world does not need any more oil and gas. And that just pushes the cliff towards stranded assets to be a far steeper and more disruptive fall than it has ever been before. So the report talked about the pattern of investment, and as we covered in the panel during the conference, there's $3 billion of KiwiSaver and retail investment funds from New Zealand going into those companies. There's a far smaller amount going into the companies that are on a 1.5 transition pathway. So we think that this approach to fossil fuel investing is out of step with many amongst the public. The public wants good returns, but not at any cost. This year's public survey that we launched shows still strong demand for ethical investment, even during a time of financial volatility when people's returns have been challenged. And that was something we weren't sure about. We thought, you know, when the market drops, do people just say, oh, forget this ethical investment stuff, actually we just want returns? What we found was different. We found that the public really does care about this stuff, and they still think it's important alongside, of course, financial returns, but not instead of them. So And what we found is, as in any consumer business, customers are key. Customers are king, queen, both. And the reality is that most Kiwi investors want to align their investments with their values. And that's a core for many investors. They want their investments to go into companies that reflect their values, not into companies that they have real problems with in terms of a values fit. The survey also says that people want to see where their money goes. And as a charity, Mindful Money provides this information as a free service, and we make it easy for the public to use. Investors can now see what's in their portfolio, shown in relation to the issues that our surveys say that people are concerned about. Over 300,000 people have visited Mindful Money's website. We're a small charity still, but actually that number is growing all the time and is getting to the level where that's starting to have a major market influence. So in addition to avoiding companies of concern, the second issue that I wanted to raise is that Kiwis actually are now being much more upfront about what they want to invest in. When we did this survey, we found that there'd been a huge jump in the category of positive impact investing. And that positive impact investing is something so far that most investors have only been able to access as wholesale investors. In some of the funds that we'll hear about tonight, the impact funds, it has therefore not been available to many retail investors. What we're seeing is a change to that. We're seeing, in addition to those unlisted investments, we're seeing for the first time the mainstream funds industry embracing more impact investing. And this, from our perspective, is a really important development. So we've seen retail funds that now invest in listed companies that generate impact as a significant proportion of their fund. We've seen sustainability-themed funds around clean energy or EVs. We've seen diversified funds that invest in some impact companies, and we've seen an increasing number of green and private bonds in dedicated funds. So these changes are meaning that for the first time, we're starting to develop a pool of capital that can address some of the issues that we need to address, not only for the climate crisis, but also for environmental regeneration, for social priorities, for affordable housing. And I think this is where things get really interesting in investment, because it's about people's aspirations, and it's about being able to invest in real change. The third thing we see is a very welcome deepening of practice on stewardship engagement, including the new New Zealand Stewardship Code. We think it's great development, shows a deepening of engagement with companies to improve their social, environmental and climate performance. And as a comment, I think voting on shareholder resolutions could be called good corporate governance, but as many fund providers are finding, that actually stewardship and influencing companies requires a far deeper commitment than a token effort to vote occasionally on resolutions. So that information on impact investment, stewardship and climate action will be featured on Mindful Money's website. We're developing at the moment measures to put alongside our portfolio analysis so that the public will be able to get a fuller picture of the range of responsible investment strategies that New Zealand funds follow. Finally, I think as the last panel showed, for those who are at the conference, we need progress in government policies towards the kind of support for finance that will push this process along. Because if we don't have that, then it's going to take a very long time to transition. I would say that we've got lots of compliance happening, but what we don't have is we don't have the positive government policies that are actually incentivizing and encouraging the flow of money into positive impact. And that's really where we get the public benefits from this. And we're kind of wanting government to not only just check whether people are following the rules, but actually we want a government policy that will show leadership in saying there are real social benefits here from the finance sector, putting their money into areas which are for the social good. So in summary, there's been progress in each of these areas, but the pace of change in our world is accelerating, as you all know. We need faster changes, and we need faster change, particularly in the finance sector. So Mindful Money started these annual awards because we wanted to recognise those who are pushing the bar, who are lifting the bar, and who are pushing the boundaries, and will be able to set good examples for the sector as a whole. And the criteria that we use for most categories of the awards align with those core strategies. They're about avoiding harm. They're about stewardship. They're about investing in positive impact, and they're about taking action on climate change. And it's clear amongst the leaders that there has been substantial progress. And I think there is some good news from the financial sector in New Zealand. This year, many of our fabulous judges said that they would not have seen such strong entries a couple of years ago, that actually we're seeing a depth and sophistication of ethical investing in New Zealand and impact investing that is really encouraging. So I wanted to kind of use this as an opportunity, particularly to say thank you to the judges. Their role is crucial in these awards. They are independent. There's no link with whoever gives us money. The judges don't know who gives us money, and they are the ones who judge. And all of those people are listed on our website, and I think you'll have to agree they are eminently well qualified to judge on these awards. We're deeply grateful to them for their time, expertise, and experience. They do the mahi in reading the entries, engaging in the discussions, listening to each other, and coming to a shared conclusion. So it's their independence and credibility, their independence and expertise that gives these awards real credibility, and for that we're deeply grateful. So with that, it's a warm welcome to the Ethical and Impact Awards for 2023. We've got lots to celebrate. Thank you all for coming. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou.
Well said, Barry, thank you. And before we begin the awards, I'm very excited to introduce you to our next speaker. Frances Cook has worked as a journalist for 12 years, and I've known her for most of that time. I've seen her star rise. She's used her qualifications and training in media and finance to help people who know nothing learn how to manage their money. And most journos kind of find a slot they like and then relax into it for 50 or 60 years, but not Frances. She's consistently working on the next idea, the next trend, the next platform. So I assume that she can reach as many people as possible, as effectively as possible. She has thousands of followers on Instagram and TikTok. You guys know TikTok, eh? It's like LinkedIn for hot people. Or maybe LinkedIn is like TikTok for homeowners. Anyway, we'll work it out during the break. Here to share some of her experiences over the last few years, please welcome Frances Cook. Keep it going as she makes her way to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
TikTok is only for hot people because it's got really good filters. So we're all just like lying. It's great. All right, hello everyone. It's lovely to be here with you today. Apart from all the TikTok and Instagram stuff, some of you might know my work as the investments editor for Business Desk. My whole thing is talking to people about money all the time. Yay, Business Desk people. You might also not know I have a magic trick. Are you ready? Look, hands are free. Ready? Ready? Swoosh. It's pretty good. So yeah, I talk to people about money constantly, right? And sometimes it's experts and CEOs, which I love, that's great. I would say the biggest part of my job is talking to ordinary, everyday people, explaining what's happening in the money world and how that can hopefully make their lives a bit easier, right? something that has come up time and time again in the, honestly, hundreds and thousands of messages that I get, there's a theme. And it's that people don't necessarily trust the money world. And they very often don't trust the people working within it. Okay, sober note, but also magic trick, swoosh. Okay, back to the serious stuff. So, recent piece of research by Etica found only 26% of young people trust financial institutions to act ethically. That other 74%, not so good. And yet, those ethical considerations make a huge difference to their decisions, not just money decisions. 78% of young people are looking for an ethical endorsement when they make a purchasing decision of any kind. This is backed up by Mindful Money's own research. 74% of New Zealanders expect their investments to be managed ethically and responsibly. And an increasing number of New Zealanders are ready to move their funds if they don't feel that it aligns with their values. The most recent survey was up 4% to 59% overall. So people are watching this issue. They're wanting to know more about it, and they are actually voting with their feet, which is the biggest test of all, isn't it? And as we see with measures like the climate reporting disclosures coming online, good luck to everyone on that front over the next couple of years. You'll rock it, I'm sure, but I'm really glad I don't have to deal with that. Governments are trying, though, right? It might have teething issues, it might be tricky at first, but governments are trying. They've sensed which way the wind is blowing, that people want something on this, and so they are legislating on this. Change is coming. And I think we've got to go back to the very beginning when I mentioned the distrust a lot of people feel towards the industry and how that impacts this discussion, because that is underneath all of this. The stats here don't really surprise me. When I get those messages from people, ordinary New Zealanders who are just trying to go to work and feed their kids and do something with their KiwiSaver in between, the issue of ethics and responsibility and trust comes up over and over again. And I've got to say, the fact that so many people don't trust the money world, it is a bit of a shame. I actually think, yes, there is some truth in it, but I think it's a bit unfair. There are lots of myths and misconceptions that also feed into it. But I'm also quite the pragmatist. I did find it funny earlier in the conference where someone said, some people call me a pessimist, but I'm a realist. Said every pessimist ever. I call myself a pragmatist. You know, it might not be fair, but we still have to deal with it. We still have to deal with the fact that that is reality for a lot of people. One of the things that I think leads to people not trusting the money world is just not understanding it. The jargon which can creep in, the greenwashing which people know happens, but they don't know how to detect it, and just a general lack of feeling comfortable with money. When you drill down into this particular problem, and I know this from all of the conversations I have with people, there are some limiting money beliefs that stop people even looking at this topic, that make them not want to talk about KiwiSaver, or they say things like, oh, that's just not for people like me. People whose lives could be made better with some pretty small changes often, but they don't even want to look at it. And so I want to talk about those limiting money beliefs, because actually I think that underpins a lot of what we've talked about here today. Ready? Oh, come on! You ruined the magic! Too quick! I mean, yeah, I was really onto it. Now, these are some of the common themes and messages that people send me. I am going to say, spoiler alert, I do actually disagree with these. Money isn't a bad thing. Money just amplifies what is already there. Money can be a force for really powerful change in the world, but it's change that can go either way. And you have to decide which direction you'll push it in. So as an industry, we have to be aware of these money beliefs and ready to prove them wrong. Hey. We've got our timing back. So bad people have money, and you have to do bad things to have money. Yes, you can make money do bad things, but I would argue it's actually usually pretty short term. That eventually legislation catches up with you, or consumer sentiment catches up with you, and you turn into a sunset industry. There are so many industries that are actively contributing to making our world better that people are excited about, and also making money hand over fist. This can happen. But I do think we need to do a bit of a better job of championing some of those industries and those companies that are making that work. And pointing out to people that you can actually have a healthy retirement account and a world to retire in that isn't entirely broken. Then there's the rise of impact investing and activist investing, which I'm finding fascinating to watch. So last year, Goldman Sachs recorded that activist investors launched 148 campaigns against 120 US companies. So that's only the US. And it's a 20% increase from 2021. That's massive. Meanwhile, Allied Market Research recorded impact investing as being worth $2.5 trillion in 2021, projected to reach $6 trillion by 2031. That's big money. Investors do want to see companies doing good. And they're not only willing to support the good guys, they are willing to make life difficult for the not so good guys. And I think one of the things that's fueling this is social media, is making people realize the power of their retirement funds. Even if they're not a big investor themselves, their retirement fund might turn them into someone with a voice. And they are willing to put it with companies that will use it to make a difference. More and more people are figuring out this is something they can do, that they have more of a voice than they actually realized, and they can have a seat at the table. But there are other companies that don't even realize that impact investing and activist investing exists. And they don't realize that sometimes, actually, the most powerful thing you can do is have a seat at the table with a company you don't like and push them to do things differently. And that's on us, to show them that option. Swish. So who here has heard the phrase, money doesn't buy happiness? Stick your hand up. Yeah. I'm not allowed to say the word I actually want to say, but what a load of nonsense. Of course, money will not automatically bring you happiness, but it can give you a whole bunch of options that will make happiness easier. Turn on the power in winter, keep your house warm, go to the supermarket without feeling stressed out. Pretty difficult these days, definitely going to take money. Take some time off work. Go to your kids' camp and actually be involved in their lives. All of these things take money. Money gives you freedom. It gives you choice. It gives you the ability to buy back your time. Wanting that doesn't make you greedy, it makes you smart. It is the reality of the world that we live in. Money can give you the ability to help out your friends and family, to be present in people's lives, to help out charities, whether that's with your money or your time. Wanting to decide where your resources go is anything but greedy. Like I say, it's just being smart. And as I talked about on the previous slide, money can mean power and a voice to help shape the world that we'd all like to see. Hey, I didn't even have to say anything this time. My magic trick's getting even better. Now look, money can be complicated if you want it to be. I'm sure there's lots of people in this room who are very good at complicated money things. Take my hat off to you if I was wearing one. I've already taken my hat off to you. There you go. I pre-prepared. I myself am a lazy girl. I do not like complicated. I'm too busy. Talk about money all the time, no time to manage my own. So imagine my happiness to figure out that actually most of the good things you can do with money, 90% of it is set and forget, automate, move on. Great. Even better, we have systems like Mindful Money, the Sorted team who are here today, who help people figure things out really quickly and easily, keeping it simple. And there is actually a lot of information that's already out there. Plenty of the companies here today also putting out great, useful information. But the problem is, so many of the people who need it don't go looking for it. And this is one of the reasons why I started taking social media seriously as part of my job. Because there are actually so many people who've done what I do in newspapers for years, for decades, and they've done amazing work. And yet, sometimes when I talk to people and they say, oh, where do you get your financial information from? And I say, oh, well, I start with the finance pages in the newspaper. Oh, I never thought of that. Genuinely, people say that to me all the time. I'm like, cool, that's job security for me. Love it. People need us to go to them, to be reaching out to them, to be putting this in front of them. It's just reality, like I say. I'm all about dealing with the reality. It might not feel right. I wish people would hunt it out for themselves, but they're not going to. And my approach of putting bite-sized information on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, it's not necessarily easy, but it is worth it. Because then I get people coming to me and saying, thank you so much, because now I get it. Oh, wait. Okay, cool. They come to me and they say, thank you so much. This makes sense now. I get it now. I'm making changes, and look what I've achieved. The best messages I get are people saying, I've managed to buy a house, and I never thought it was possible. It makes a real difference to people. Now, I'm not suggesting that everyone in this room start up a TikTok account. You can, if you like. See you there. Challenge you to a dance-off or something. I'm joking. I don't dance on TikTok. Know your strengths. Mine is not dancing. But I think some version of reaching out to people, whatever your version is something we all need to be doing to make it simpler, to make it approachable. One thing I'm actually really constantly surprised by is how much people in the money world really want to help. There's this perception out there from some quarters that it's a bunch of suits crawling all over each other for every last cent so they can go to the Bahamas every month. Now, if someone wants to send me to the Bahamas, I will not say no. That's fine. But for the most part, it's genuinely people who are quite passionate about this and the difference it can make in people's lives. When I say to you that money can create the conditions for happiness, I feel like I'm probably preaching to the converted. I'm sure you guys already know that. But often one of the hardest parts, I think, when you're already in the industry is to strip back a lot of that wonderful knowledge you have to the core messages that people need to hear. To pull it back to only the essential parts so that it makes more sense to people and so that it's a bit simpler to people. And then you can reach out to them with just that main core message. To take the help that's out there and the wonderful work that so many people in this industry are doing and to start putting it in front of people in their regular lives, I think that is the sweet spot for really making a huge difference. Last one. Now, catch me on a bad day and I might actually say something like this to you. And it's a little funny, but I also kind of believe it. Does that make me a bad person? I don't know. Probably. Look, at the core of it, I really believe people don't trust companies and institutions. It's not going to happen. But they trust other people. And I deal with that as a journalist all the time. People will say to me in conversation, You can't trust journalists. They twist things. They've always got an agenda. And then if I get slightly awkward, they'll be like, oh, no, not you, Francis. You're one of the good ones. Thank you. People don't trust journalists in general. If I talk about the trust for the financial institutions, I haven't looked up for journalists recently, but I'm pretty sure we're worse. But a lot of people do trust me because they see me as a person. Because I'm not an institution. I am someone who is trying to talk to them in regular, everyday language and not saying things that confuse them and not making them feel locked out. And I also post pictures of my cat, and you can't be mad at someone who has a really fat cat. When you see other people as people rather than institutions, you're far more trustworthy, and you get rid of that mystique, and you just talk person to person. That's far more trustworthy, because you can have the best information in the world, that life-changing secret source. But if you don't tell people in a way that they can understand, if there's lots of jargon, if you go on a big, long explanation, you'll probably lose them. They will nod and smile, be confused, leave your office and never come back. It'll be such a shame. Facts and figures only tend to convince people once you've actually already convinced them with anecdote and personal stories, which, as someone who really likes facts and figures, I find that very frustrating. But again, we deal with reality. Those personal stories are what let people connect to say, maybe that actually is for me, because it is for that person who feels pretty familiar, and their story is pretty similar to mine. And as we see more and more New Zealanders want to see their investments and their Kiwi savers making a difference in the world, this trust becomes more and more important. The problem with trust is it takes a whole lot of time and effort to build up, and only suspicion to lose it. Which leaves us with a choice, really. You can be the person who people say, I don't know about that lot. Or you can be the person that people say, I don't know about that lot, but I do know about that person. And I trust that person. They're not going to sell me up the river. So, onwards with the awards, because I do think it's time to celebrate the people who are making a huge difference in this industry and winning that trust most deservedly. Thank you all so much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Guy, with the extremely loud ringtone. Now would be a great time to switch your phone to silent if you haven't done that already ahead of the awards. As a proud Hamiltonian who has moved to Auckland, I also wanted to point out that Francis is a rare case of an Aucklander who has moved to Hamilton and is presumably happy. You like Hamilton, don't you? Yeah. I used to, when I was starting in stand-up, I used to always make fun of my hometown, Hamilton, and now whenever I get a chance on TV or radio, I stick up for the place, and it is a great place to grow up. It's just a little bit quirky, like whenever I go back to Hamilton now to see my family, I always see something that makes Hamilton Hamilton. Like last time I went back, I went out for a game of golf with my father-in-law, and on the first tee in Hamilton, the greenskeeper put a handwritten sign up, and the sign said, "Warning, fungicide in use, do not lick hands or balls." And I thought, I'm back. You don't see signs like that in Auckland. I should introduce myself properly before we get on with the awards. I host RNZ Afternoons each afternoon, weekdays. When I'm not sure if anyone listens, my audience being afternoons, weekdays is mostly prisoners and the unemployed. But and the project at 7 p.m. on 3 each night. As a New Zealander, it's always a bit weird getting up in front of a crowd of people and explaining to them why you're famous. But I find that if I don't do it for the rest of the night, people are coming up to me and saying, "How do I know you?" Or women of a certain age will say, "Did we ever?" So no, we didn't. You've just seen me on TV. Someone said to me before, "Thank you for coming and hosting these awards." And I will say to you, right now, my wife is at home putting 4 young children to bed after dinner. So honestly, I'm happy to be here. I can come back tomorrow if you want me to. Any other quad fathers in the room? Anyone with like 4 children? It's a rare thing. Yes. Oh, hello. We should catch up later. Used to be everyone had 3 or 4 children. Now you tell people you've got 4 children, they look at you like you're trying to start a cult. And Barry asked me if I could had any sort of remarks about my own experience in investments or KiwiSaver. I do have a little bit. You know, I'm sort of one of those guys who I have a little bit of knowledge. I sometimes kind of stuff it up in the execution. But I said, Barry, you're asking on the right day, because today is the 29th of June, an important day in the Mulligan household. This is the day every year where I make a panicked call to my KiwiSaver provider and ask them if it's too late to deposit $1,043 to get the government contribution. Do you get many of those calls? I feel like I must be the combination highest maintenance, lowest value client that our provider has. And every year it stresses me out, it stresses them out, it stresses my wife out because I have to put in a lump sum for me and her. And so I thought that this year I would get on top of things, and I finally did. She's just gone back to work after maternity leave, and so I thought, you know, I don't want this to worry her. And so 1 week ago, I called my provider and I made a lump sum contribution of $1,000 for me and $1,000 for her. And then I surprised her this morning and I said, guess what? It's the 29th of June. Usually this is the day I tell you that we're going to hurry up and get our $1,000 in, but I did it a week ago. And she said to me, I've been earning wages for the last year. I've already paid my $1,000 through my employer. And so today, no lie, I called my provider in a panic and asked them if it was possible to reverse the $1,000 transaction. And you will not be surprised to hear that they said no. Let's give away some awards. There is really simple rules here. So I'm going to stay here on this lectern. If you're presenting an award or accepting an award, this is your microphone here. If you win an award, you're invited to give us a short 2-minute speech. If you're highly commended for an award, you're invited not to give us a speech, but we're really happy for you. And the first award this evening is for Best Ethical Retail Investment Provider. Good luck, everyone. And I'll ask you this again later, but can we have a round of applause for everyone who's made it this far into the finals, please? Yeah. Let's do it. So this award is for the retail investment provider that demonstrates the most effective, responsible, and ethical investment approach and practices. The judges were impressed by the strong field of entrants, and the finalists are Devon Funds Management, Harbour Asset Management. Please hold your applause until all of the finalists have been read out. Pathfinder Asset Management and Tahitor. Yeah. Jono Broom, come on up. Jono's the New Zealand representative for research provider Sustainalytics. He will present the award. Over to you.
I hope I have an envelope somewhere.
Yes, I do too. I hear it comes. Go in nice and close to that microphone, and you're a tall glass of water, so I'm just going to...
Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Cool. Okay, really pleased to be here representing Morningstar Sustainalytics today. So my name's Jono Broom, and just to let you know, I'm a client advisor who looks after the APAC region right here from Auckland. So we're really happy to be supporting Mindful Money as part of the research that they do. So for those who don't know us, we provide the underlying data that tracks companies for involvement in things like fossil fuels and controversial weapons and so forth. So it's really awesome to be seeing that research deployed in this way in the market here. So without further ado, let me open up this award for Best Ethical Retail Investment Provider. Thank you. Okay.
So you got highly commended first, John. I know you're on top of this, but I'm just going to make sure that...
I don't want anyone to be able to see it there. Okay, highly commended first. Okay, so starting with highly commended, who I understand were a very close follow-up or runner-up, is Pathfinder.
Come on up, Pathfinder. Pathfinder was commended for its commitment to ethical investing across all aspects of their work, including avoiding harmful investments, driving down climate emissions, and investing for positive impact. Are you going to come up and get your certificate? Are you around here, Pathfinder? I said you don't speak, but we still want to see you and give you a big round of applause. Yeah. So come on up, and one more round of applause for Pathfinder, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and I will, yes, come up here for, this is my job too, if you can come up for a photo, please. We'll take photos of everyone at the end of the event, but it's nice to have this one, isn't it? Thank you, well done. Hello.
Oh, yes, yeah, the certificate. Not just a trophy. Right. Okay, so drum roll. The winner for the best ethical retail investment provider for 2023 is Tahito.
Well, the judges recognise the important pioneering role that Tahito is playing in bringing Indigenous knowledge into investment management. And while Tahito is still a small provider, their Te Tai o Rāhua Fund has shown how a Te Ao Māori perspective can be integrated into financially sound investment. Are you here, Tahito? Oh, yeah, great. Another round of applause, yeah.
Not as tall a water glass. Tēnā tuatai, me mihi ki te waitamata e horo atu rā, ki maunga whau, rangi toto. Ngā maunga katoa tēnei wāhi a kia Ngāti Whātua, ngā iwi taketake o tēnei rohe. A koutou katoa tai mai nei tātou e piri nei ki tēnei kaupapa, kia hiki te mana me te tiki o tēnei te responsible, sustainable investing. Nā reira huri rauna, tēnā tātou katoa. Ki te rōpū nei, taku rōpū tautoko, te tīma me mihi kauake kia koutou, nā koutou tēnei. Nā reira, kei te mihi. I'll buy the beers later. But thank you very much, Mindful Money. This is the sort of boost that we need to continue on with our challenge in this industry. And I think we're in the most exciting time right now. I wish I was 20 years younger. This morning I was at a meeting around taxonomy and how we bring Indigenous values into the taxonomy that Aotearoa New Zealand is building. Yesterday I was at a conference in Hamilton, lovely place at my old university, Waikato, and that was on the trade agreements and bringing Indigenous values into the trade agreements. And New Zealand is leading in this space. And so I think we have an opportunity to continue to lead by bringing just a new view, a new world view on ethics and sustainability and responsibility, but acknowledge the challenges that have been raised, because right now it costs more to be a sustainable and responsible fund than it does not to. And the legislation we have to work through, changing up our product disclosure statements, it still reads as though the normal world is being unethical and we're still abnormal. And that's the change we need to push through, and it's through organisations like Mindful Money, Sustainable Finance, that are driving these changes, and we're there to support you. But we are seeing some great things. Yesterday we were online with Sims Metals, giving them a grilling about the fires, and they gave us a fantastic response. If you want to read that response, you'll have to read our quarterly report. Kia ora koutou, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Move over, Grover. Or...
Can you fellas squat down a little bit?
How's that? Well done. Cheers.
Ka mau te wehi Tahito! Great work. Next up, the Best Overseas Ethical Fund, and that's an award for the best overseas ethical fund that is actively marketed here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Once again, the judges noted a strong field of entries that add depth and diversity to the range of New Zealand funds on offer. The finalists are Alphinity Global Sustainable Equity Fund, Beta Shares Global Sustainability Leaders ETF, Impacts Sustainable Leaders Fund, Nanook New World Fund, and Pengana WHEB Impact Fund. A little round of applause for them, please. And coming up to the stage, Pedro Mercado from Booster, who are a generous sponsor of today's climate conference. Pedro will be presenting this award. Over to you.
All right. Open before so that I don't have to fumble with
oh yeah, that's a good plan.
Papers. There we go. I'll take a look before anyone else does, and then I'll do a quick introduction. All right. Well, yeah, just a quick good evening to everybody. My name is Pedro Machado. I don't know why I had to read that, and I'm an investment specialist with Booster, and it's a pleasure to be with you all here tonight. We are active supporters of these awards and the work that many of our competitors actually are doing in the space of ethical investing. In recent years, we've seen incredible growth in the number of options available to investors who have ambitions over and above returns alone. So the sheer range of awards entries for tonight really does demonstrate the broad opportunities and positive change that the investment community are providing. And that can only be a good thing, not just for clients and investors, but for the industry and, more importantly, the planet. So on to the Best Overseas Ethical Fund Award. This was a strong field, I believe, but apparently that was said before, so maybe they're all saying that. The judges were particularly impressed by the breadth of experience and expertise across all of the finalists. I'm told it was a close call separating the two contenders, and the runner-up and highly commended fund is Beta Shares Global Sustainability Leaders ETF.
Yes, the judges were impressed by the strong framework for avoiding harm and their innovative approach towards stewardship. This includes the Beta Shares Responsible Investment Committee reviewing their voting positions and advising on thematic engagements. They welcomed Beta Shares' planned launch of PI funds in New Zealand as well. Congratulations to Beta Shares. Coming in for a photo. Oh yes, with me if you like. Hello. And then one with your presenter as well if you can. Thank you. Well done, Beta Shares. And now to find out the winner. Maybe I'll move you over a bit so we've got a bit more room for photos. Does that sound like a sensible idea? There you go. So stick in front of the microphone there with all this space.
Easy peasy. I don't think I need a script for this one. And the winner for the Best Ethical Overseas Fund is Pengana.
Well, once again, the judges were impressed by the framework for stewardship and avoiding harmful investments, including cases where a lack of progress has resulted in divestment. The fund sets a high standard for reporting on the positive impact from companies in their portfolio, along with excellent communications to financial advisors and clients. And so it's a huge congratulations to Pengana. Now, representatives of that group weren't able to join us, so I invite Bridget Coates to accept the award on their behalf.
Thank you. So, I'm here on behalf of Pengana, who overseas, and their distributor in New Zealand, Matt Mims. So Matt Mims, who works with Pengana in New Zealand, and Adam Myers from Pengana, are sadly unable to attend this evening and have asked that I accept the award on their behalf. They wanted to express their thanks and congratulations to the entire team at Mindful Money. Thank you, Matt. They also wanted to acknowledge the investment team for the fund, Web Asset Management in London as pioneers in the area of sustainable and impact investing in global listed equities. They will be thrilled to win this award. Thank you.
Yes, could I say you haven't lived until you've congratulated yourself on behalf of someone else. Best New Ethical Funds. Best New Ethical Fund for 2023. Well, ethical investment has continued to grow rapidly over the past year, and a range of innovative new KiwiSaver and investment funds have been established in that time. This category is for the most innovative, ethical KiwiSaver or investment fund launched over the past year. There are 2 finalists. They are Kernel Global ESG Fund and Pathfinder Green Bond Fund. I'd like to welcome Kelly, CEO, Joe Kelly, sorry. Must be time to put my glasses on. It's that time of night. I'll tell you what, at 47, you never know. And then you get up there and you make a little mistake and you go, oh, here we are. So, I'd like to welcome Joe Kelly, who is CEO of the Centre for Sustainable Finance, to present the award. Welcome, Joe. Break your hands together for Joe, please. After I bungled her introduction.
Kia ora koutou. Joe Kelly, Chief Executive, Centre for Sustainable Finance, also reading that. So at the Centre for Sustainable Finance, our purpose is to create a more sustainable, equitable and inclusive financial system by 2030. And we approach that by thinking about changing mindsets, transforming finance and financing transformation. So following on from Jonathon and Francis, I think there's some good news, and that is that there are a lot of sustainable money people, and we are those people. We engage deeply on policy and regulatory reform. We're working with KiwiSaver providers to get to the bottom of this matter of why we aren't mobilising KiwiSaver and institutional investment into private assets in this country, sustainable private assets. We are supporting a cohort of investors who have come together voluntarily to use their seat at the table to drive long-term value creation in companies. And we have engaged closely with David Lewis and Investor Group on Climate Change and Mindful Money to shine a spotlight on these investor net zero commitments through the reports that we've done together. So I really look forward to being invited back next year to present the Net Zero Flim Flam Award. But until then, I'm very pleased to present the 2023 award for Best New Ethical Fund. We don't have a runner-up for this award, so I'm just going to go on ahead and announce that the winner for the Best New Ethical Fund 2023 is Pathfinder Green Bond Fund.
Yes, the judges had plenty of good things to say about this innovative new green bond fund that creates an attractive new ethical option for New Zealand consumers. Pathfinder's use of green bond specialist affirmative investment management, which is an international green bond specialist, supports the credibility of the green bond selection. So it's a big congratulations to Pathfinder.
Thank you. My name is Paul and I'm representing Pathfinder here tonight. Look, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Barry and his team at Mindful Money. These awards are going a fair way down the road of changing the conversation about ethical investing in New Zealand, and that's really important from our perspective. Our belief is that, it's not a binary choice. You don't need to choose an ethical approach or good returns. You can have both. And I think our funds and our style of management represent that well. I'd like to make a private acknowledgement to one of New Zealand's largest philanthropists who helped seed this fund. She knows who she is. It's very important to her to have a great return for her money, but also to have a strong impact. And she really drove a lot of the thinking behind this fund about how we invest. Lastly, I'd just like to thank the wider team at Pathfinder. As a team effort, we work collaboratively. I know I said the last one, but there's a couple of other last ones. The other one is it's nice to be in this room because it's a pretty like-minded room. I don't really feel I'm amongst competitors here. We fish in the same pond, but it's a big pond and there's plenty of managers of money in New Zealand who are doing a bad job with responsible investing and with ethical investing. And let's take money off them and do it properly. Lastly, I'd like to thank the people that invest with us. Without them, we don't have a business. So thank you. Cheers.
Paul needs a photo of me for his mum, which I will say is an increasingly common demographic for me. Thank you. Well done. Thanks. Yeah. There was a time someone Francis's age would come up and she'd say, hi, and I'd say, oh, hi, and she'd say, I listen to you, watch you on TV. Now it's always, my mum is a massive fan, so the RNZ effect. On behalf of organiser Barry Coates, I'd like to congratulate me on the emceeing job I'm doing. I just wanted to try it, it feels so good. On now to Best Impact Investment Fund. Now, as shown in the last consumer survey published by Mindful Money and RIAA, there's a growing public interest in funds that focus on investing for positive impact. Barry may have mentioned this before. And this award is for the fund that demonstrates a clear purpose and examples of how they contribute to the establishment or growth of impact companies. Really interesting category. They are pioneering, these finalists, and they are the Climate Venture Capital Fund and the Purpose Capital Impact Fund. And I'd like to invite Katie Beef, who is Deputy Chair of the Impact Investment Network, to present this award. Hi, Katie.
That one down. Small glass of water here. Ahi ahi Marie, I'm Katie Beef, the Head of ESG for Forsyth Bar and also the Deputy Chair of the Impact Investing Network. And on behalf of the Impact Investing Network, one of the Mindful Money sponsors for this awards event, partner sponsors, and also myself as a long-standing advocate and participant in this industry, it really gives me great pleasure to present this award today. And for those of you that don't know the Impact Investing Network, it's the peak New Zealand body that seeks to connect, educate and advocate to grow the impact economy in New Zealand. It's been truly wonderful to see the recent growth and interest in this area, and I wish both the finalists the very best of luck. For this award, the judges were of the view that both funds are strong and dedicated impact managers, and therefore both funds deserve very special recognition. So I'm going to announce the highly commended. It's going to give away the finalist, but please let's not take anything away here. The highly commended award goes to the Climate Venture Capital Fund.
Yes, now this fund has made a significant contribution to the establishment and growth of companies in their portfolio through climate expertise, impact measurement and commercial advice. They also recognise the important role the founders, the judges, that is, recognise the important role the founders have played in building the climate solutions sector as a whole. We look forward to hearing about their plans to launch a follow-on fund at some stage, and for now, congratulations to Climate Venture Capital Funds. Thank you.
Well, I'll just go ahead. The very deserved winner tonight is Purpose Capital Impact Fund.
Well, the judges were impressed by the clear focus for the Purpose Capital Impact Fund and the sound framework for impact measurement. This includes the important step in including validation from local communities and intended beneficiaries. They welcome the contributions to the success of ventures through advice and support that extends beyond simple financial investments. Over to you.
Give it a go. Thank you all very much. Thanks very much to Barry and the team, of course, for the great work you do in this area. Thank you to the judges and also to our colleagues, Climate Venture Fund, and others in the impact world. The work is challenging. It's incredibly rewarding. One of the questions that I oftentimes get asked is, Are there actually investment opportunities out there? That's sometimes one of those barriers that potential investors into impact will sort of put up. But with the investments that we are now making, it's becoming more and more obvious that, yes, there are plenty of impact investment opportunities out there. And yes, we need to be doing it at a much greater pace and doing much more of it. So next year, when we come to this event, whether we're the award winner or it's another impact fund, they're going to be telling a story of how the institutional market is now stepping in and supporting impact investment. And rather than having $20 million impact funds, we're going to be having $100 million, $200 million impact funds. So next year, we'll make that announcement, and that'll be fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Well done. So what is it like to judge these awards, and what was this year's process in particular like? We take a pause on the awards at this halfway stage, and I'm delighted to introduce business journalist, author, columnist, and well-known speaker, Rod Oram, to say a few words about the judging process. Please welcome Rod.
Kia ora tātou. It's a huge pleasure to be here to speak about awards and the value of them. And I'd just like to start by saying a very big thank you to Barry and all his colleagues, because at the heart of good awards is a fantastic process that is simple and straightforward, although it could be quite detailed, for people to work through as entrants, and then a judging process that brings a terrific bunch of people together to judge each category. Mindful Money does that, and I mean the pun intentionally, in a very mindful way. So this is only the third year of awards, but it's really extraordinary about how those processes have grown and developed over these 3 years. They were very good at the beginning, and now they're really very good. So I'm a really big fan of awards, and I'll explain that from two perspectives. First of all, as an entrant, not in these awards, and as a judge. And of course, I've never tried to be an entrant and a judge in the same awards, for obvious reasons. But as an entrant, I think that a really good awards process challenges us to think very holistically about our businesses in ways that usual business processes don't. And as a result of that, our colleagues, as we wrestle with those entries, I think I've seen time and again learn some new insights about their businesses and about the work that each of them does, again in ways that their normal day-to-day work practices wouldn't do. I think it's often very, very insightful for them. The third, of course, it puts you head-to-head against your competition, but again, in a way that's quite different from sort of marketplace competition. There is that level playing field of the awards process that makes it very different. And again, the additional benefit of having judges who hopefully are well picked and well resourced to make those judgments, again, makes it quite different from a market competition, but again, very beneficial. And then, of course, there is the kudos of winning, the heartache of not. So those emotional highs and lows, of course, are always very much a part of the process. But, of course, with that comes great learning. From a judge's point of view, speaking personally, I'd say that I always learn a very great deal in a judging process. And it was no different in the category I was involved with my fellow judges this year. Because we each brought our own knowledge and perspective on the category and on the businesses that have put themselves forward. And we engaged in a very good open discussion where we achieved a real consensus of opinion about who was the right winner and who was the right runner-up. And again, in that process, I always learn a great deal from my fellow judges, so I'm very grateful for that. So I hope that gives you some idea that these awards in particular are ones that are very well structured, very thoughtful categories, very thoughtful application process, and then a very thorough judging process, which ensures that we are really getting to the heart of the issues and making sure that the awards that we're handing out are very well deserved. And so, Barry, thank you for all that opportunity, and thank you for many of you in the room for being entrants. All I can say is I know it's an awful lot of work, but please keep doing it. Never feel it's a chore. Feel that it's an opportunity to learn and grow. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Rod. Well done, everyone. You're doing great. We are 4 awards away from another piece of sushi and a glass of bubbles. Stick with us. And we move on now to the Best Net Zero and Climate Action Invest Award, which focuses on the investment funds that are crucial in financing the transition to a zero emissions future. The category includes both the mainstream funds reducing emissions in their portfolios and the specialist funds that are focused on climate solutions. There are 2 finalists. They are Climate Venture Capital Fund and New Zealand Green Investment Finance. And I'd like to introduce Carl Vink, who's head of the Whakatupu Foundation, to present this award. Round of applause for Carl.
Thank you. Huge, big fan moment for me at the moment, standing next to Jesse. I do love your radio program, but that's not why. Actually, he really demonstrated what it means to marry up and father 4 children, so I'm just desperately trying to emulate that. And I managed that on both counts.
Some tips on how to make it happen, but we'll do it later.
No. I did. She's amazing and fathered 4 children, so I'm getting there. But anyway, I'm from the Whakatupu Aotearoa Foundation, and I was going to share some remarks tonight about this cool area of venture philanthropy that we get to work in. But this afternoon, when I was just reflecting and listening to the speakers, I'm going to go a bit off-piste here for a moment. I'm going to bin my notes. Sorry, Barry. I was just sort of struggling to access my hope emotions. There's pretty big challenges ahead of us, and listening to our politicians, there's quite a bit going on, and I was looking for answers. And I think I'm just going to share with you where I went when I was searching for my hope emotions, and that was to basically 24 hours ago, last night. I was standing at my 12-year-old's intermediate school, his art class. All the parents were there. It was a huge event, and we were standing watching a group of 24 finalists for their trash to fashion art show. And they had all made these amazing garments using waste, stuff that we all throw out. And they created some incredible, beautiful garments. And my son was the only boy team, actually him and his mate Remy, and he didn't tell us what he was going to do, so this was a surprise to us. We had no idea. And he made a tribute to King Charles, which is kind of weird because we're not royalists at all, but he came walking out full staff and the purple, everything, all made from waste. I'm just going to I share that because why are we doing this? What are we doing here? And I think we're paving the way for these kids. That's their inheritance. That's what we're doing here. That's why we do what we do, because it's got to be a better way. So anyway, just share that reflection. On to the awards. Right, so the highly commended, not runner-up, highly commended award for the best net zero and climate. Oh no, it is the run. It was 2, wasn't it? It's highly commended. Okay. Yeah. The best net zero and climate action investor for 2023, highly commended award goes to the New Zealand Green Investment Finance team.
Well done. Yes, the judges recognise the growth and development of the green investment finance since last year, including gaining a further $300 million contribution from the government. The list of new investment is growing and is opening up new avenues for private sector investors. So from all of us, congratulations. Well done.
Okay, I'm super excited about this one. best net zero and climate action investor for 2023 goes to the Climate Venture Capital Fund. Come up.
Well, the judges were impressed at the thoroughness that Climate Venture Capital Fund used to select investments and measure impact, including the specific objectives for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The funds contribute significantly to the success of their climate investments and is working to build a stronger climate solutions sector in New Zealand. Over to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. This is our fourth time on the stage over the last 3 years, and it is an absolute delight to get the bigger version of the highly commended awards we've been getting all these years. Our thanks to New Zealand Green Investment Finance. You've been sharing the spoils as well, so I guess we'll keep doing that, hopefully, and hopefully we'll end up with some more money, maybe get a bit of parity in there. We do this not because it's easy. We do this because it's hard. We started venture capital 10 years ago in New Zealand because we didn't have an ecosystem really, and we did it because it's hard, and we're still trying as an ecosystem to move allocation of assets into more private investing, because that's where you make money, that's where you get low volatility, that's where you get high returns in the long run. We're doing the same with climate. We're saying this is not an impact fund, this is, well, I shouldn't say that out loud after the last award, but this is actually an opportunity to invest in a transition the likes that combines the Industrial Revolution, the Internet Revolution, the rise of the automobile and everything else. So we're doing this because we can make a lot of money for our investors, we can create a lot of benefit for our founders, and we can change the world by making sure that every investment we make reduces emissions. So there's a real passion behind what we do, as well as a very much a money-making orientation as well. I want to thank Rowan, who's in the room here, who's been doing the hard mahi of talking to so many people over so many years, and he's continued to do so. Give him a call. And I want to thank Jez, who's in Wellington, who's the other partner of the fund, who's turned into a remarkably deep investor. And also the team at 2040 Ventures, especially Chris, the co-founder of 2040 Ventures, who's in Te Anau tonight. Thank you all. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Mind for Money. Thank you, judges. And I need a photo of Jessie for my daughter. So, cheers.
Thank you for saying that. Best media reporting on ethical and impact investment. So the award designed to showcase media who report on issues of investment, sustainability and climate change. It's a beautiful list of finalists. They are Greg Harrell from Business Desk. Harrell or Hurrell? Hurrell, my apologies. Greg Hurrell from Business Desk. John Berry, Pathfinder with Stuff Business. Nikki Mando from Newsroom and The Curve. And I would love for Francis Sweetman from Milford Asset Management, who are a generous sponsor of this awards event, to come up on stage and present the award. Come on up, Francis. You can make a little round of applause for Francis.
Thanks, Jessie. I'm thrilled to be awarding this tonight because I genuinely think this is one of the most important awards that we have on the lineup. We really need great independent journalism to call out greenwashing, educate Kiwis on some of the fantastic investment opportunities that we're here celebrating, and help us set the standard and raise the bar for what ethical investing can be in New Zealand. So there's a huge role to play there to help legitimise and grow our industry so we can put more money to good. Fortunately, the judges were so impressed with the finalists that we have not one, but two highly commended journalists tonight. So the first highly commended journalist, I hope you will all put your hands together to celebrate, is Nikki Mando from Newsroom.
Go, Nikki. The judges were highly impressed by the in-depth journalism shown in Nikki's entry. Her stories combine strong storytelling with insights and a multimedia approach, incorporating high-quality podcasts as well. Well done.
And my grandson really loves you.
Thank you for that confusing feedback. Well done, Nikki.
So the second highly commended journalist tonight is The Curve.
Yes, the judges considered that the Curve's podcast series was innovative and well attuned to the interests of their audience, providing younger women with entertaining and informative content on ethical investment. The representatives of the Curve are overseas at present, but they sent a short video message. That'd be fun, won't it? Let's take a look.
Hello. Hello. We're so sorry we couldn't be there in person to accept this award. We are so incredibly stoked to have been highly commended in this category, and firstly we just wanted to say, hats off to all the other finalists in this category. The calibre was amazing and we are so stoked to be highly commended, so thank you so much.
Yes, we love talking about anything to do with money and how important it is to be ethical with the way that you're spending it, investing it, and I think that this will be a space that we continue to educate in, and it's just really inspiring to see how many brilliant people are super passionate about that too. So thank you so much to Mindful Money for the recognition. It's honestly one of the best things I think we've ever won.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and we're so sorry we couldn't be there, but hopefully it's a lovely night, and congratulations to the winner.
Yeah, thank you.
And finally, the winner. So the winner of the Best Media Reporting on Ethical Investment 2023 is John Berry, Pathfinder in Stock Business.
Yes, the judges were impressed by the number of articles written by John Berry, by the fresh and topical approach, and the impact in terms of reach. The articles provide new storylines to engage audiences in ethical issues, and they help build public understanding and support for the ethical investment sector as a whole. Well done.
Kia ora, everyone. Thank you. Thank you to the judges for giving their time. Thank you to Barry and his wonderful team, and the board of Mindful Money as well, who have volunteers and give their time. Thank you to the other finalists. It's great to see there are 4 finalists this year, which is the most we've ever had in this category. This category is really important, and I think if you think about our world at the moment, when we're sitting earlier on, sitting at the tables discussing our world, the challenges we face around not just climate change, but war on the doorstep of Europe, social inequity, high levels of anxiety with our youth. There's so many problems and challenges in our world, and I think this award recognises that we need to tell stories and explain not just what our investments are doing in terms of making money, but also the impact our investments are having on the real world and the impacts our investments are having on the future of Aotearoa, New Zealand and the world more broadly. So Francis Sweetman from Milford, rightly said this is a really important award, and I'm honoured to win it. Francis from the other Francis who spoke earlier, sorry, I've forgotten his surname. Francis Cook. She encouraged us in the industry to simplify our message and get our message out there, and that's my call to all the fund managers and everyone else in financial services. Talk to your communications team in your communications with your investors and with your discussions with media. Don't just talk about financial returns, talk about the impact and what we're doing as an industry to have a positive impact on the world. Thank you.
Well done, John. Thank you. Our next award category is Best Ethical Financial Advisor. Just want to make it crystal clear at this point, it is not compulsory when you're up here to tell me which of your family members is most into me. That's just optional. Financial advisors play a crucial role in helping their clients to invest ethically and invest well, and this award for the financial advisor or advisory firm who can best demonstrate how they integrate ethical investing into a client-centred approach. Not sure if that was a complete sentence, but you get the vibe. The finalists are Kerry Church and Moneyworks, Ethical Investing NZ, Evergreen Advice, and Rutherford Reed. And presenting the awards, please put your hands together from Mercer Investments, Mark Longbottom.
So between you and I, we have 8 children. None of them know who you are. And one of them's quite old. But fist bump for that.
Right. You're a quad father too.
I'm a quad father.
Right.
Well, yeah. It's not that good for the environment though, is it, Jesse?
Well, look, I always say my kids are vegetarian and talk constantly about the impact of everything that everyone does, so there's virtually no chance anyone will mate with them.
I stand corrected. In 2008, I joined the UK's largest financial wealth management firm, a tied network of advisors, financial advisors. There were no ethical advisors in the 10,000 advisors I work with. They were ethical in the sense that they were good guys, well, most of them, or good girls, but none of them were trying to connect the IP of the firm to good, for purpose, the environment, social impact. So I joined in 2008. It took 15 years, really, for that to take hold, and they now present that to the front foot, to customers, to retail customers. So it's an absolute delight to be here tonight, to bring us back into the room, to say that, newsflash, they've found this category really hard to judge. And for the first time in 3 years, these 2 winners of the Ethical Financial Advisor Award. So that shows real progress. And I think for financial advisors who were the early adopters, it was a belief system that they had. But I swear there's some financial advisors now who are very sensibly, they're eyeing the transition, they're eyeing the money, they're eyeing the opportunity, but they're leading and working with their clients for good. So that's really impressive. Now, sitting back there, opening the envelope looked like the hardest thing. Yeah. So I'll give it a go. But 2 awards, and this is the first winner, the co-winner. So first co-winner, Kerry Church, MoneyWorks New Zealand.
Yes, the judges were impressed by the depth of research and analysis applied to client and investment processes. Kerry and her team have developed tools and systems to verify the policies and practices of different investment options amongst investment funds. The commitment of MoneyWorks to ethical investing was evident and supported by their recent B Corp certification. Congratulations!
Kia ora, and thank you very much. I am so proud to be amongst the company of the other finalists in this award. There are people out there doing amazing things, and what I want to do to start off with is pay tribute to 3 organisations and people. The first one is to Roger Spiller, who is not here today, who really pioneered ethical advising and did it on his own from the 1990s and really formed the pathway for the rest of us. The second one is to Pathfinder, who pioneered pure ethical investing back in 2009. And the third one is to Mindful Money, to Barry, Karen and the team, because there is no way that we would feel strong enough to go out and say that we were ethical advisors without access to the research that we get from Mindful Money. I also want to finish by saying thank you very much to the people that we choose to work with, our suppliers. We've had a big change in who we choose to work with in the last 3 years. We're very, very happy with the relationships we have now. I need to say thank you to all our wonderful clients, and of course, I need to say thank you to our wonderful team. Thank you.
Not 1 envelope, but 2. Wow. Here we go. And the co-winner, there's no name on here.
Would you like me to supply it?
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Ethical Investing NZ!
Hey! Thank you.
Yeah, Barry and I just decided a few minutes ago. The judges were impressed by the way that Ethical Investing NZ has developed strong processes to get to know their clients' ethical preferences. This includes a holistic approach to defining long-term goals and values, encompassing family and community relationships. They provide a high standard of transparency so that clients are given full information about costs at the start of engagements. Congratulations, well done.
Kia ora. Wow, we're truly honoured to win this award tonight. We're truly honoured because there were such great finalists that were there, and we really take our hat off to all of them because they've all worked so hard. I remember back from the very first awards, we talked about advisors really not really taking up this space very quickly. There's so much more that we can do, but it's really encouraging to see more and more advisors incorporating the environment, social governance, ethical investing within their approach and within their solutions as well. So I wanted to congratulate all of the finalists for all of the work that they've done. I also wanted to thank a few other people. So thank you to Mindful Money and the team for doing such an amazing job with their website. You've got 4 years really that you've been doing this work. And as Kerry said, really, we wouldn't be able to be the company we are without all the support that we get from you, Barry, and the team. And also for the judges as well. It's really great to hear from Rod about how much detail and the work that goes in behind it. So that's really, really useful for us to hear. I want to say thank you to Chris Douglas and the My Fiduciary team as well, who worked tirelessly working with ethical investing and the investment committee about putting together some really robust portfolios that we really stand behind and really believe in, and our clients really buy into that as well. So it's really great work. And finally, thank you to the ethical investing wider team, because we wouldn't have the success we've got today without those. So thank you to everybody. We all play our part, and long may it continue. Just two things I wanted to say to Jessie. One, Jessie, if you need some help and advice around your KiwiSaver, we're more than happy to help you. And make sure it's ethically invested, of course. And secondly, my daughter is also a big fan of the project, so she'd love a photo with you as well, Jessie, from me. So
thank you, Mark.
Thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Great stuff. And to our final award, it's for Best Ethical KiwiSaver Fund Provider. For the provider that demonstrates the most effective, responsible and ethical investment practices, there are 3 finalists. They are Generate KiwiSaver, Medical Assurance Society, and Pathfinder Asset Management. And to present this prestigious awards, welcome to the stage Paul Richardson, Chair of the Mindful Money Investment Committee. Please give Paul a little round of applause.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm a director on the Mindful Money Board and chair the investment committee, and I work in other financial organisations. I'm sure I don't need to talk more about Mindful Money, but can I just say from our perspective what a fantastic work the team has done and Barry has done. So if you like us, you like what we're doing, speak to us how about you can support us continuing this great thing going forward, because it's no easy thing. Second thing I'd say is these are diversified KiwiSaver funds, and speaking as an investment professional, it's no easy thing to run those sorts of funds under the strictures of the regulation, the challenges of the world, the whole range of issues that people face. And I'd say that it's a really good job that these people have been doing here. So on behalf of us looking at this sector, it's congratulations for all those who put their efforts towards us to succeed in this area. And I realise I'm standing in the way of the really important thing, which is the bar and more bubbles and sushi. I was going to go on with a 48-page PowerPoint presentation, but I'll put that aside and move on to the thought bubble. So thanks again. So for this year, Best Ethical KiwiSaver Provider for 2023, drum roll, is Pathfinder. That's the name.
Well done, Pathfinder, who are to be congratulated for the way they have continued to raise the bar on best practice. An important criterion for this category is the commitment to investing for positive impact, and Pathfinder has expanded its impact investments over the past year in solar energy, social housing and the circular economy. They have continued to demonstrate their strong social purpose throughout their organisation. So one more big congratulations. Well done.
It's me again. Thank you again to the judges for your time, and to Barry and Mindful Money. Big thank you to Jesse. He actually interviewed me on the radio almost 4 years to the day when we launched our KiwiSaver. Got to say, he was a bit suspicious about this promise of investing ethically and generating good returns as well. Just so you know, Jesse, my calendar's pretty free next week if you want a follow-up interview. But at Pathfinder, our mission is to generate individual wealth and collective well-being through ethical investing, and we're delivering on that. And two really big thank yous, which Paul mentioned in his speech for the Green Bond Fund Award. But our two big thank yous are to the retail and institutional investors who believe in us and believe in our mission. And my biggest thank you is to the amazing Pathfinder team. Thank you so much for your hard work to bring our mission to life, and thank you so much for believing in the Pathfinder dream. Thank you.
Well done, John, and I'm sure I was just asking questions on behalf of listeners so that you could give your most robust argument possible for the beautiful work that you're doing. Speaking of which, thank you for the brilliant work that you have all done and for being part of the night. Thank you for having me. It's been really fun. And to close off the awards, please welcome back to the stage Bridget Coates.
So huge round of applause for Jesse. I think that was great. Thank you. So congratulations to those winners and those highly commended. Let's celebrate. So I hope you can stay on, enjoy the time, enjoy the hospitality here. Please go to the photo wall and have your photographs taken, and we'll also do a short video. And we're also looking to do a few seminar events as a result of this. So all of you look for those interviews. We'll go into a bit more depth on the issues. So I wanted to say a huge thank you to those who entered but weren't shortlisted as finalists. We don't publish those names, but we really appreciate all of the people who took the time and effort to do the applications, to do the entry forms, and to enter these awards. And it is a really hard job with whittling down the list to a group of finalists. My message to you is, for those of you who entered but didn't become finalists, or those who were finalists and didn't get an award, please enter again next year. This kind of field is changing quickly, and we give feedback from the judges, and that provides an important benchmark for those who enter and don't win an award. So please, all of you who are sitting here wondering if you're going to enter next year, please do it. Many thanks again to our judges. It's your mahi and expertise that makes these awards a credible standard of achievement. Thanks very much to the sponsors. So silver sponsors, Mercer, thank you very much, and Milford Asset Management. General sponsors, Australian Ethical Life Stages and New Zealand Green Investment Finance. And thanks to all our partners down there. Your organisations are fabulous, and we really love working with you. I wanted to say thanks to Mindful Money's board and our investment committee for all the governance and guidance. And above all, thanks again to our fabulous staff, Karen, Liam, Shannen, and especially Olive for your incredibly hard work in putting this event on. So thank you to you guys. Thank you all for coming. Please stay and enjoy some food and drinks. Somebody mentioned last year, this is the place that community building around these kind of issues happens. And I think if there's anything that comes out of these awards that is going to endure, it's that sense of community building, that non-competitive form of cooperation where we can work together to build a much stronger ethical and impact investment community in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So thank you. Enjoy the networking for you night owls. We're going to continue later on. So thank you again very much for coming.
driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine.